And we're live. What's up? All right.
We don't have to worry about that yet. And next week, you'll come find me. That's okay.
I'm going to go ahead and kind of take the mic here for a second.
Diagonal stance.
Whole idea.
None of this shit.
Hey, Nick, I see you're here with us. We got Kang, we got Sean, we got Valerie. All right. So, hello, everybody. We got one person viewing, but I'm sure hopefully we'll get more on. This is how I look right now. We're hosting an open discussion today about the state of the country and the idea of American pride and how different people feel about our flag and what it means to them from different perspectives. So I had this idea come together from a few different angles, and it started with, when I saw the flag one day and was kind of put off by it for some odd reason, and I didn't quite understand why. But I decided that I wanted to kind of embrace it myself and bring other people into that idea. Like, this is something that I feel like has been hijacked in a way. So this discussion is to bring people together, and I have now a few people online with me. And we can all cook up these really razor sharp responses on Facebook, and sometimes the message ends up getting lost, and we all end up speaking to a wall and end up deleting somebody or unfriending them, and no real change is made. Nobody's mind is changed, and we just go in our different direction and keep thinking the same thing that we're thinking. So in the name of making change, I thought that we could have an open discussion and maybe gain some perspective ourselves and help others gain perspective, because in the words of Sam Cooke, a change gonna come. So I'm going to introduce Sean, who gave me a lot of encouragement in putting this together, and thank you, Sean, for that. So I know him from years ago, and actually I knew about Sean before he knew me, because he was a DP in town, and I guess you had shot Owner Tukel's movie Ding-a-Lingless, so we watched that in college.
Oh, did you? All right.
And all right, so for those who don't know Sean, I think I can venture to say that you're a somewhat stoic individual to people who might not be familiar with you. And when Sean speaks, people tend to listen. And so when I saw that you were getting pretty outspoken on this, I felt encouraged to speak up. I reached out to you. I'm like, how you feeling about all this? And we started a dialogue about it, and then this idea came about. So I'll let you say a couple words, and you're on the controls too to help me out here. So anybody you want to single out, feel free, and I'll let you take it. So,
well, no, I think it was a great opportunity to Flag Day, and what this what it means to us, and I had uncles that served during World War II, and the greatest generation kind of came along, and in terms of it relating to what's happening now, this has all been going on, and it's much bigger than George Floyd, and it's just gotten to a point where it's got to stop. The systematic racism has gone on far too long. And when I look at the flag now, I don't feel when you're younger, you're more naive. You're playing with your toy soldiers or whatever. And you have this, and what the greatest generation did was liberated from the Nazis. And, and here we are, with a president saying that like neo-Nazis are good people. And how did we get to this point, So, and so the right has kind of hijacked this patriotism, like patriotism to me is Colin Kaepernick taking a knee during the national anthem. What a beautiful protest, like, my God, and he went to, we all know this. He went to, a military man and got advice there about it. And it's such a reverent protest. And the thing is like so many people got angry at that, and it's still happening. Like you hear these people complaining about all the protest rioters, and suddenly, the other day, it's coming back up with the NFL and about them taking knees and allowing this now. And I see people posting, well, I'm not going to watch the NFL if these people are taking knees. But you're complaining about like people being enraged about what's going on. I mean, it's just everything's so skewed, like, that's patriotism. It's the cornerstone of our country is the freedom of speech. It's, you can take all the other Bill of Rights, but that is the key thing. And like, once we take that away, there's no hope for us. I mean, we're just a fascist nation. So, I'm frustrated when I see the American flag now. But I pine for the glory that it used to have, when they were liberating the concentration camps during World War II, and the Greatest Generation. But I mean, like I said, when it comes to Black Lives Matter, this is going on. I mean, Jim Crow era, it just goes on. The war on drugs. It just keeps happening. And, here I am almost 50 and, it's just sad. But I think in a lot of that, I see a lot of friends that I had, in high school who were diehard Republicans and everything have come to the other side now because they're just like, this is bullshit. So as much as this kind of core of people that like have this veiled racism is present, I think the other side's growing. It's just they're better at branding it. Like I feel like we're rudderless, so we just got to speak up. We just got to keep speaking up. So there, I'm off my soapbox. Please, anyone. So
yeah,
by the way, it's been a long time, buddy. So yeah, man.
I'm gonna take it to Val and ask Val a couple questions because I think she's got some good insight and some stories that I've heard recently that I was pretty much amazed to hear. So, Val, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can hear you.
I got a couple questions, but let's just start with the basic. Like, so how do you feel when you see the American flag?
I mean, the flag itself and what it represents is one of those things. I am an American citizen. I am an African American citizen, period. I've had aunts, uncles, cousins who have served in every single military branch. But America doesn't work for me the same way it works for white people. I mean, that's just the fact. That was something that I was taught starting at the age of 7 when I was first called the N-word, and I had no idea what it was. And I literally had to ask a white man what it meant, the director of an after-school camp. And then I remember getting a dissertation on Black history from my mom because he had to tell her what I asked him. So, I mean, I don't hate America. I don't hate this country. But a lot of us, me being 44, getting ready to turn 45 this year, America does not work the same way for me that it does for other people. My son is 16, and he had to find that out the hard way when he was 6 in kindergarten because a teacher wrote him up for sucking his thumb, so he had a red folder for behavioral issues because he sucked his thumb. Nothing else. He didn't act out in class. He did his work just for sucking his thumb. It started right then and there that he had a red folder that took 4 years to get off his record because it goes, hey, this child has an issue, and you need to watch him. And it was because he sucked his thumb in kindergarten. So, I mean, I don't hate America. I don't hate all Americans. Even freaking Agent Orange, I don't hate him. He has mental disorders, and people can joke about it all they want to. There's something wrong with that man. But this country will never work the same for me that it does for somebody else. I mean, I even know that in film because I taught people, I brought people up, I taught people how to be ADs and PAs, and they became ADs before me. So it's an uphill climb, and it's one of those things of I've told people forever, I can't be mad all the time. It's exhausting. You cannot be mad all the time. But when I blow, and Troy's seen it on occasion, when I blow because it's just somebody just doing this to you constantly, and you just take it and take it and take it. And a lot of people are going, hey, we're not going to take it anymore, but, you know, what's the answer? Defund the police? No. You still need cops. You need police officers. I totally believe that. You can't get rid of cops, but there has to be a new way of policing. There really does. Because I know every time I've been stopped. I know every single time that I've been followed in a store as recently as less than a month ago. And you know, as a black person, when you're being followed in a store and you kind of make a game out of it. Because it's like, ooh, I'm going to down here to this aisle and turn a corner. And then you look back, you see the guy, and you're like, hey. So I've done, yeah, I mean, this was in freaking Target. This was in Target. I'm a Target slut. This was in Target.
Just kidding.
I love that Target. I mean, I got rid of popcorn. Shit, they should have kept the popcorn. But other than that, you know, yeah, fuck that Target. But it's hard. It's sad. It's something, you know, my son's father and I, we've told him what to do. Stop him since he was 12 because he was tall, and we realized that people will perceive him based on his height as a black man, even though he's 12. You just like, okay, you're 5'10".
Yeah.
Some crazy white woman's gonna be scared of you. This is what you have to do. You call us. You tell them that you want your parents. You want your mom, and you won't talk to anybody. I mean, we went through step by step, and he's getting ready to take driver's ed actually next month. And once again, I have to teach my kid how to survive a stop in a car the same way my mother taught me when I was 15 because I was tall and I had short hair, so I looked like a boy. And my mother told me, you cut on your interior lights and you put your hand on your dashboard and you let him know what you're doing while you're doing it. And this is in 1990, 1991, somewhere in there. So as far back as that, but the only difference about what's going on now and what was going every single person. That, for me, that's the only, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. It's just that people, it's like the fires that happened in Mississippi and Alabama. People heard about it, but they didn't believe it until they saw it on the evening news. Because they didn't think that people did that to other people. So nothing has changed. This has been going on for decades. This is not new for the black community.
And it's all about removal from the situation. Because I was just talking to Sean before we came on, and I'm like, I grew up in the 80s, and I thought this was over. You know, my parents were like, they sheltered me from removed. I had no idea. So of course it was not a problem for me ever. And then, you know, hearing a couple jokes when I turned 12, I was like, wait, what are you guys talking about? This, no, like I'm not used to all this. But I remember the first day I came to work with all you guys on Surface, Val, I thought you were in charge. I swore that you were in charge. Hey, stay with us.
I was not. I was right in the background.
If you can stay with us, that'd be great.
I might be loud and voice.
I'm gonna ask Kang now. I'm gonna go to Kang and see if he can go and tell us what he thinks, how he feels when he sees the American flag. Kang, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, everybody? I actually Googled what Flag Day was. I didn't even know that it was a thing until you told me about it. My parents came here as immigrants, so I'm first generation. Looking at the flag, it's one of those things where, like, as an immigrant, like, their hopes and their dreams, like, they had to escape Vietnam. They had to escape a war-torn country. And, they came here to try to make a better life for themselves and for us. And, looking back at, what caused the war to begin with, now that, you see the situation and what caused the war in Vietnam to begin with is kind of an unjust war, or it's a war that America maybe should not have even gone into to begin with. But then again, it's like if they didn't go into it, then odds are I wouldn't be here in America. So honestly, as a first generation, like looking at the flag and learning the history, I honestly have mixed emotions about it because it has provided a lot. The country has provided a lot for my family. But on the flip side, you see the history and things that is done, negatively. So there's just a dichotomy where you want to give it props for being good, but then you realize that it's not all great. And right now the situation we're in right now is not even new. It's a continuation of what's been going on for hundreds and hundreds of years. And looking at the flag now, honestly, is I at the end of the day right now, like, I have no emotions towards it, honestly. Like, as a kid, we had to do the Pledge of Allegiance, right? You had to, like, put your hand over your heart and you it's almost like praising to a god. But, if you realize that God kills everybody, and God, and if you're the God you're praising is not the great God, is actually, a terrible being that, anyways, basically how I feel right now is pretty despondent, man, to be honest with you. Like, I look at the flag, it's just a flag to me. It doesn't, like, to me, it doesn't signify anything personally to me. I don't even care if you do pledges of allegiance. I don't even care if you salute it. Like living in America, people have this kind of sense that, like, oh, we're such a great country. We're the best country. This is the greatest country. And then you go overseas and you're like, you know what? This country is not that bad. And you realize, like, it's all kind of propaganda that's kind of been pushed towards you your whole life. But you peel back the curtains and you're like, oh man, there's a lot of systemic problems. And for a country with this amount of money, for this amount of resources, to still be stuck on this ideology and just having this left and right side that can't even get along, can't even agree on Black Lives Matter, it's kind of like, man, for me, it's like, is America really that great of a country? Like, when I look at the flag and if it represents the country, I don't just see the flag. I see all the blemishes. I see more like that original Betsy Ross flag when it was all torn up and with flames on it and all that stuff, where it's like, it's not perfect. There's blood that's been spilled. There's injustices and
Yeah.
Anyway, that's kind of how I feel.
Is there? It's the idea is there, but are we adhering to it? I mean,
yeah, it's one of those things where there's this pride. People are like, oh, the flag. It's like, oh, you raised it up to a certain standard, but yet that standard, that American people, the majority, or not even the majority, but just the people with the power, don't even live up to that standard. And then you start to question, well, what is that standard? If the people who are in charge are supposed to uphold this holy flag, that we praise to, and the people that, you know, have been in power, a position of power throughout the history of America, who've done terrible things, then what does it all mean at the end of the day? You know, it's just a flag. It's just a place where you live, America. You know, you don't have to live in America. We can live anywhere. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, it doesn't really, you know, I don't, yeah.
So how does that affect your, you know, like your pride in America? Like if the flag, all right, take the flag out of the equation. Does that mean like when Colin Kaepernick kneels, does that mean like that's a moot point? Like he's kind of protesting to something that doesn't really mean anything to me. Like he could do it in a different way, or does that resonate with you? He's kneeling during the anthem.
Well, him kneeling, that is the act, right? He's protesting.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, he's not the first one to do it. You know, you have the guys from the Olympics who that raised their hands up. And then you have Chris Jackson. You guys remember him back in the day, NBA?
Mm-hmm.
No, anybody? Yeah, Chris Jackson he converted to Muslim, and so he would turn his back when the anthem was played. And
I do remember this.
Yeah, and that got a little bit of controversy. Nothing on the realm of what Colin Kaepernick got. And he was basically, you know, protesting injustices of what America, you know, has done. And so, I mean, you know, with Colin Kaepernick, the act is the protest. You know, whether he does it during the anthem, he could be doing it during the game, he could be doing it after the game. You know, like what if he just during the press conference, you know, protested that. You know, so, you know, he I think he knew what would get the most attention, and he took his opportunity to, you know, really raise, you know, that question to everybody, because, you know, the camera's on him. But yeah, anyways. Yeah.
I mean, let me ask you this about Mark Jackson at the time. Was it just a different, like, I feel like right now, like Trump stokes so much of the racism to rally his base. It's all fear, you know, which is never, that's always been.
No, it's not fear.
The Democrats, you know, like you stoke fear and you get votes and you rally your base and, you know, whatever. Do you think that's why it resonated more, or just the fact that he was so open about saying, hey, you know, you need to fire this guy, or, you know, they shouldn't do it, or whatever? Do you think that had more to do with it at the time than Mark Jackson, who was turning his back, which really didn't get a lot of airtime? I mean, I remember him doing that. I remember vague conversations about it, but it was never an issue. No one cared, you know.
Well, it's Chris Jackson, by the way. Mark Jackson was a different player. But
yeah.
you know, if you look back with Muhammad Ali, look what Muhammad Ali did. You know, Muhammad Ali was you know, the best boxer at his time, and he refused to go into the draft. And so that got a lot of attention. I think with Chris Jackson, I think being Muslim has never been, you know, the most popular thing for people to, like, you know, rally behind. And, you know, when Colin Kaepernick did what he did, that wasn't a very popular thing. And now the tide is turning. So I don't know. I mean, I just feel like maybe because of the whole Muslim thing that a lot of people didn't back him up on. That's why he didn't get as big. Like, he didn't get as much support as what, you know, he probably should have gotten.
But even from the other side, like, he didn't get a lot of, I mean, he didn't get a super amount of hate either.
No, he got a lot.
He got a lot of hate.
It wasn't like,
yeah, I think he left the league. I mean,
Kaepernick, you know, I don't know. Like, I mean, it was there definitely, but it wasn't like, I felt like Kaepernick, they went the fuck after Kaepernick, you know, like.
Well, I mean, I don't remember him being attacked by the president.
Well,
so, I mean, when the president and vice president attacks you, I mean, that's taking it to the next level. But if he had done it present day, I guarantee you, Trump would have attacked him.
So we feel like it is the rhetoric.
I think it's just the times. I think it was just, you know.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Jim Mahorny says, Kang. Hannah Funderburg, flag means unity. We don't have that right now. I agree, because that, you know, a lot of us can't get behind it. Jesse Williams said, Hannah, isn't that important, is that we fix what is tearing our unity apart and make this flag represent the values we hold true? Yeah, I agree with that, Jesse. Of course, we got to fix that. We got to figure out how to unify everyone because this isn't the way, and everybody's out there crying about it, and it's affecting the change. A lot of people don't want to go through this growth, so it's too hard, it's too difficult. So they'd rather ignore it and go back to the way things were. And for a lot of people, that's just not going to work because it's not their privilege to ignore it like it is for me or somebody else who's white and doesn't have to deal with it every day, like maybe Val, Kang, or anybody out there that's Slack or person of color. All right. How about Jamie? Let's get your take. And,
hey, what's up, guys?
Jamie Lane.
Yeah, man. This is man. I've been dealing with this obviously for a while with being a liberal white male. I feel like we should be talking the most because we're on both sides of the fence. We understand prejudice that doesn't. It's really hard to see prejudice when it's not about you. Like it's hard for me to see prejudice when it's about black people as easily as against white people. Okay, because I'm white and it affects me and it affects people around me and it affects me in ways that if you weren't white, you wouldn't even feel the vibes. Like I don't understand what it's like to be chased, like followed around in a store. I don't know what it's like for my great grandmother to have been literally a slave. And if not a slave, we forget about the times after slavery was abolished to up to the 50s. I mean, black people didn't have any rights. They couldn't even like go into the same restaurants as us, and that's not long ago. So like, it's really, I mean, for my white friends, it's really difficult to see it. And I understand that. I feel the flag, I'm getting lost. So should I talk about the flag still? The flag is supposed to mean unity. All right. And if I, as a white person, I feel unified with the country, you know what I'm saying? And it's not like all white people, man, it's a very difficult topic to express because I don't want to offend anybody. And I also want to, it's hard for me to say something without offending.
I've seen you on Facebook. You don't have a problem offending anybody.
No, I'm not trying to offend them.
I know.
I'm trying to.
You're right.
I'm trying to educate them.
You're never,
like, for instance,
you never call names. You're right.
I don't.
You keep it classy.
Like we're like the statues, for instance. Like right now, like one of the things a lot of the state governments are doing is they're realizing they're getting no help from the federal government on this issue, or basically any issue at this point.
Yeah, they're state mandated, every single one of them.
Exactly. So what some of the states are doing on a local level, if you can call state level local, they're trying to get rid of some Confederate statues and flags and stuff like that. Now, the problem with anything in life is perspective. Now, for someone that was in the army and their parents were war heroes, like they're going to look at the flag in a certain way. Now, Native Americans may look at the American flag a little bit fucking different. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to bridge the gap in is some of my white friends, they're like, hey man, the Civil War wasn't just about slavery. It was about secession. It was about federal power over state governments, not just slavery. Like a lot of the northern states weren't trying to abolish slavery as much as trying to keep America together. And most of the Confederate soldiers weren't trying to keep slavery. They had to go to war because their states made them, drafted them to go. Everybody went. And they fought for their families and for their rights. So it wasn't just about slavery. However, slavery did fucking exist. And it's a nasty thing. And we should all be ashamed of it. However, guess what, guys? George Washington owned slaves. Ben Frankie, dude. He just discovered electricity. He fucking owned slaves. So if we take Confederate soldiers and statues down, then we should take all of them down. And I don't even know. I mean, I don't know of a statue we should leave up.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So we can't look at it. I mean, we have to, as white people, we have to see and have to understand the black mentality. Because if I'm a black person, there's no fucking way I'm giving respect to them serving their families during the Civil fucking War. It's about slavery to me. I'm sorry. If you're black, I shouldn't speak for all black people, but like, it's really difficult to not assume that the Civil War was about slavery.
It was in their Constitution. Slavery was definitely a part of the Confederacy.
Yeah.
It was part of their whole indoctrination. It was for states' rights to keep, so that they could keep slavery, and the whitewashing of it, which I'm learning more about, was the lost cause, which I originally thought the lost cause was like, oh, slavery, it's a lost cause. No, the lost cause is what they are trying to refer to, which was their cause for state rights. And
right.
They're saying that was the cause that is lost, that everybody forgot. Oh, no, it wasn't about slavery. It was about states' rights. It's like,
it was.
That's where they came in the early 1900s, started putting up these statues and whitewashing it to try to, muddy the waters on what this was really about. They were honoring those people who were now dying, all their fathers and everybody who was dying out. They wanted to honor these soldiers who,
right?
Said, hey, they went and fought and died. Some of them didn't want to, but there are statues of Civil War generals right down here in Wilmington right now. So it's
statues.
It was about it, but it was about them preserving white supremacy. That was definitely a part of it.
And remember, for instance, Germany didn't keep all the Hitler statues. They took them down.
Yeah.
The statues are a fucking Band-Aid to this. It's a consolation prize because
but look, dude, if at least it's something, man.
No, that's all well and good, and I'm not saying yes, please take the statues down. They're bullshit, But here's the thing. I mean, slavery it's about economics. That was free labor, okay? And ever since then, it's been all about keeping the black community in check for that labor. It goes on today. CCA, the correctional institution, is privatized.
Yeah,
we have 2 million people in the correctional facilities in this country, which is 25% of the world. 25%. We have 5% of the population. And the thing is, it's all economical. These corporations make so much money from it, and this has gone on. I mean, and it's not a Republican thing. It's not a Democrat thing. I mean, fucking Bill Clinton, the 1994 crime bill. I mean,
he deregulated the banks, dude. He's the reason that we had an economic crash in 2007.
Well, yes,
he did it on his way out.
But he realized he had to run on a political platform of Law and Order. Does that sound familiar? What's going on right now? A Law and Order platform and he pumped so much money into the police force. I think we spend it's 3.5 billion per state. We sit here and we talk about police brutality towards blacks, and yes, it's awful, but it's so much more ingrained in that. It's about the money that they make from putting these people into prison, and that's not being addressed. And it goes on to like healthcare. I mean, same thing. It's the same capitalist, Citizens United is bullshit. I mean, these super PACs are taking these groups and allowing them to write law, which therefore makes them money, and I feel like that's being missed, and I feel like it's a travesty against the American people because it's been affecting the black community for so long, but yet it's creeping into other things. Like it's starting to affect us as white people.
No, look, listen. The secret is this: The secret is this. There's no such thing biologically as race, all right? We are 99% genetically identical to every person that's ever lived and ever will live in the history of the world. Digest that. Not just like my brother that's my same age in the same high school as me that has darker skin, but every human being that will ever live. We are the same people. What's different is the people that are in charge are separating themselves from the rest of the population, which includes black, white, Hispanic, everybody, Asian, everybody, dude. Rich people want to keep poor people poor. And they want us to divide it from each other. They want you to be Republican. They want you to be Democrat. They want you to be Asian. They want you to be gay. But the gays, they want you to be lesbian and gay and trans. And they want us all to be as separate as possible.
Well, yes, to maintain an equality gap, yes. And
no, they want us separate because if we came together, we outnumber them by 99%.
Well, yeah.
So isn't that what nations are then? I mean, what's the point of having nations? What's the point of having borders?
Right? I mean, what's a border that's man-made? Like the American flag it unifies Americans. It desensitizes to the fact that people in other countries aren't human beings like us. And it's okay to bomb them because it's not us. It's them, not us. It's them. And the more we become all of us together, then we're all going to come together and fight what is them, which is small.
Yes, but the point I'm trying to make is like the black community is an easy target for this. Like,
yes, they get the brunt of it, but it happens all through white society too, dude. Like
no,
they don't want.
No. I mean, I think that's our white privilege talking right there.
No, it's not. It's not white privilege. Look,
no, great.
I've never look. Hold on. White privilege is the only thing that the white privilege that I've learned in my life and experienced is not being oppressed by my skin color. It's not the sad part is black people think that's a privilege.
Well, not be it's unseen. It's the things that we never have to deal with.
I would love that. I would love not to be oppressed by my skin color.
That's what I'm saying. But the problem is when you call it white privilege, dumb white people are like, I haven't been privileged. I haven't been. And these are the people we're talking. Huh?
They hear the privilege. They hear the privilege part. They think, "Oh, right. You mean I'm rich? I'm not rich."
Yes, they think, and I go, "Hey, my life has been a struggle. I don't believe in white privilege. I believe that all life matters because it does. All life does matter."
No, absolutely. Of course, life. So
when my white friends argue that, like, it's really annoying as a liberal white person because I got to spend a fucking hour of my time, every person I talk to get past the fact that Black Lives Matter isn't just saying that just Black Lives Matter. I wish that you guys would have said Black Lives Matter too, just to make my life easier. You know what I'm saying?
It would make it easier. I get it. Yeah.
But
I mean, they really have to explain it to you to add the two part. Like,
no, not to me. I get it.
To the people he's explaining it to.
The video.
I'm just that's I mean, it's like you really have to tell people too. Like, are they that dense?
Look, I get you. I get your point.
Hot coffee. You have to tell idiots.
I get why, but it's hard for. Like I said, we are trying to talk to white America that are conservative, correct?
Well, that's my whole point.
Swayed.
Like, if you take the 70s, you take Nixon, okay? The South was predominantly Democrat, okay? He ran on a law and order platform, which pushed. We started to get a huge migration from Democrat to Republican from the South because he ran on, and this is the Jim Crow era, and when protesting was happening, that, crime is going up. And it was because of protesting. All right. So now you have a group afraid of a group because of their ethnicity, and you're running it on a political platform. It worked. It worked. It carried all those people over. Then Reagan came along. Okay, the war on drugs. You know, I mean,
which was
crack cocaine held a much stiffer sentence than powder cocaine. Okay, powder cocaine was the white drug. Crack cocaine was the black drug. All right, and these people were going for life when you got a much lesser sentence. I mean, the rate that blacks go, and that's what I mean by white privilege. The rate that blacks are going is painted so, hey, we can look at them and go, oh, they're bad, they're criminals. I mean, what was in the 80s? What were black kids being called? Super predators? Was that it? Yeah. I mean, super fucking predators. What the fuck? You know? I mean,
we're a violent race. We're a violent race.
Right.
We're a passionate
You're
race.
terrible. You know?
Get whitey.
I mean, forgive me, you're monkeys, you're beasts, you're savages, whatever, you know, like, but it's all played in politically to gain. And then it went a step further in the 90s with Clinton and the crime bill of 94. They pumped so much money into that and did so much. I mean, this is what I'm talking about with systematic racism, and where white privilege comes into me, where I realize it is like, okay, do you have the incarceration in this country for drugs? Marijuana is like, I think 40% of all drug charges stemming to blacks, you know. It's not the same. I mean, we use the rate of marijuana at the same level as blacks and whites, but the incarceration of black people are 4 times greater than whites. That's longer. That's our privilege, you know.
But that's not a privilege, though. It's just a bad word. Like, it's not privileged to not get in jail.
That's terrible branding. Terrible branding. Okay, terrible branding.
Terrible branding. That's my problem.
And the same thing with defund the police. Terrible branding. Like, we got to get better at this. You know.
Oh no!
Hang on. We're gonna let Val talk, and
please,
what you have to say. Yeah,
hold on,
you guys have had the talking stick. Yeah.
I have the talking stick to all the white men in this room. Defund the police is horrible branding, and privilege is horrible branding. The first time my brother went to jail was because he was dating a white girl. He was 18, and shut up, dog. He was 18 and she was like 16. So he went down for a statutory rape charge that luckily I'm privileged enough that my parents both worked fantastic jobs where they hired lawyers and got him probation. But that starts the slippery slope. And if your parents weren't making the kind of money my parents were making, then you're stuck in jail because your parents can't pay to get you out. They can't pay for a lawyer, and any kind of public defender is going to go, take the deal. You're only going to do 3 years. You'll get out in a year. Take the deal. You're always taking a deal. My neighbor is the most racist piece of shit ever in my entire life. His jacket is so long, when they go to pull his name up in the system in a car, they cannot fit a year looking at it because he just goes to jail all the time. But he is home right now. He is a felon with a gun in his house because they never search it. That's white privilege. That man is at his house right now, and he has told me at a house my parents have owned since 1970 that he was going to kick us off our land, and he makes sure to call us the N-words every single year. So it's a horrible word, privilege, but when I have to call the cops on him, I get told that they're going to run me, meaning like, oh, well, we'll look into what you have. And I'm like, I'm the one calling the cops on the guy that I have 2 no contact orders on. I have 2 no contact orders on. I have been in my yard doing yard work and a whole bunch of crap that Troy knows. I'm all about construction right now. And he makes sure to walk into his house and get his Make America Great Again red hat, put it on his head, and talk shit to me or about me with one of his tenants in a tone that I hear, but I can't respond. That's his privilege that I mean, for me to keep my no contact order, I cannot open my mouth. I can't say anything. We know when we can't open our mouths. We know when we can't say anything. We know when somebody is looking for trouble, like when a lady looked me dead in the face while she was on the phone saying this is bullshit, they should just lynch them all, talking about protesters slash rioters. And I did not process that for a couple of minutes, and I realized, oh yeah, I'm black, and that old white woman was talking to me about me to her friend, and I should be lynched. I mean, 2020, 2020, this happened. So it's just like, oh shit. I mean, I forget sometimes. I mean, I'll tell everybody I'm black and I'm proud. I mean, everybody at Wilson Center knows when it's February because everybody's celebrating Black History with me, whether or not they like it. Zach knows what I'm talking about. Everybody's celebrating Black History, but it's the branding of it's bad. And I wish it wasn't white privilege, but once again, America will not work for me the same way it's going to work for Troy Colton. America is not going to work for my son the same way it's going to work for Sean. Now, if my son was out walking around doing something and some cops did something and Zach Atkins saw my kid, yes, Zach will go get that.
No.
So my new level is, what would you do for a brown child that you did not know? I mean, if I moved somewhere else and my kid was walking down the street and was stopped by cops because he matched the description, there's a black man in a blue shirt.
He's black. He's just black.
Yeah. They don't, I mean, if it's close to blue, because eyewitness testimony is kind of hinky depending on what's going on, you have to know. I have to tell my son what to do when he is stopped, not what to do if he gets stopped. What to do when he gets stopped. And a lot of black mothers and a lot of black fathers are especially telling their male children what to do when they get stopped. It's not a, oh
my God. Has your son been confronted by police? How old is he?
He's 16.
He's been so, confronted by police?
No.
Okay.
He's been in the car with me, and I've told him what to do, but it was, oh, here's a warning, go away. But I have to prepare my child when you leave my home, if you're not within driving distance of me, what he has to do to survive, just in case he gets a crazy cop. Not all cops are bad. Nobody's saying that. But it seems to be there's cops coming in are good, and they're taught how to be bad, or if they're bored, they can do this. I mean, every single time I pass a cop, even if I'm not doing anything, I will look in my rear view mirror. I will look in my side view mirror because I'm pretty sure they're going to do a U-turn and follow me because it's happened before. I've gotten stopped for it before. Where are you going? Home. What are you doing out this late? I mean, it's not like, well, what the fuck? I mean, it's not an attitude. And if I got stopped in cars, like with my friend who was drinking and driving, copping the attitude with the cop, my eyes were like, you don't speak to cops like that. Like, what the fuck you stop me for? I will never say what the fuck you stop me for. I look like a dude. I've been called sir most of my life. The words, what the fuck do you want, to a cop is never going to leave my mouth. I don't give a crap about Black Lives Matter or not. Valerie is trying to survive. So what the fuck you want is not something I will say to a white man with a gun in his pocket. And like one of my cousins was a state trooper. I mean, we know what we can and cannot do. We are taught generation to generation to generation that somebody in a police force will try to get us. It's not every one of them, but there will be one. There is always one. I mean, there's always one.
Yeah.
I've seen some comments here, and Michelle, maybe if you're still listening, see if you can look up the Confederate Constitution, because I want to debate this thing about whitewashing history and it not being about slavery and it being about states' rights, the Civil War. I will debate that because I think it was in their Constitution, slavery. So we'll see about that. I don't know if that's available. Hey, Keith. Hey, Justin Saponis. And okay, so let's talk to Zach. Zach, where are you at, man?
Can you hear me? I can't hear shit.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Well, it's loud and I'm outside, but in the
Yeah, show us where you're at. Are you at the protest?
Okay. Yeah, I'm downtown at the protest. I'll do a little walk around so y'all can see in a minute. I want to get a couple of things off my chest real quick before I forget everything, and I'll forget half of it.
Be our guest.
But yeah, to go with the theme of Flag Day and everything. I love the flag, what it stands for originally. What it means. Is that general freedom, the equality of all men. And people have fought and died and lost limbs. Countless things for this flag. It represents something. It represents America as a whole. But I am disappointed in the current state of the nation. The way things have been going for decades. So in that aspect, I don't know. I could go on for forever and ramble, but as far as you guys were talking about white privilege, I truly believe that, like you guys said, that it was kind of I forgot the words you put it, but misbranded or whatever.
Yeah, bad branding.
Yeah, bad branding. I don't agree, honestly, because I fully see it. I've been pulled. I got pulled by a cop. I was driving as an Uber driver, and I had my pistol to the left of me in my door. And when he walked up, he didn't do shit. And I know for a fact it was because he was white and I was white. And he was like, "Hey, man, you probably shouldn't do that," because I had forgotten it was sitting there temporarily. And he's like, most other cops probably wouldn't have been as cool, would have pulled their guns and fucked with me a little bit. But I can only imagine if I had been a black man and that had happened, because basically he pulled me for an illegal U-turn. I had gotten an Uber notification, so I busted a UE. Little sketchy, but
I have a question.
Yeah.
Well, first off, I just want to clarify, because I'm realizing you guys don't know who I am really. When I say bad branding, I don't mean that the cause is incorrect or from their perspective it's incorrect. It's because I'm battling how to. I'm not trying to convince you guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to convince white America.
Yeah, I see you every day fighting the fight, man. Yeah, so I know who you're up against, and it's some crazy fuckers that you're dealing with. So I know what you mean. Yeah.
Well, not crazy, because what I've come to terms with,
it's a generalization.
What I've come to terms with is that people have their own. When people vote, for instance, Democrats and Republicans have differences in a lot of different issues. Okay, most people in America vote on the one issue that means the most to them. Mine's the environment. So whoever's doing the best for the environment, I'm probably going to vote for. You know what I mean? Because that's my biggest issue. So, like, when you talk about the flag, you're talking about the Confederate statues. You can't take away from how other people already feel, because that's what I've been doing. I've been like, fuck this. It's not good. And it's taking away from their pride. And sometimes it's actually real. So it's important to know this in anything in life. Anytime two people have two separate sides of an issue, they're both correct. It's not one person is right, one person is wrong. It's easy. That's easy to fix. The problem is most of the time is both sides are right. The people that care about Confederate history and like Southern pride and stuff like that, when they're arguing, they're correct because they think it. They're not thinking like slavery's good and like, black people are wrong or anything. They're just like, hey, I'm a white person from the South, love the South. I've got plenty of black friends. They're cool. Those are the people that we have to change their minds. And you can't change people's minds by alienating them. And that's what I've been doing a lot. So I'm trying to fix it.
Yeah. And sometimes you and I, we need a softer touch. But that's where I agree that the sharpness of the branding could be more accurate with like defund the police, which I get it. And I agree with the message behind it. it's tough to sell that. It's really tough to sell that point to somebody who's not even willing to listen to facts straight on their face. We have people who deny facts that are right in front of them, and how are we supposed to explain defund the police to somebody like that?
You don't.
And white privilege.
You talk to people that are on the fence, and you talk to people that are children, because they're going to grow up and change the world. We're not. We're not going to convince our parents to change, and they're in charge right now. That generation is running the shit. Our generation.
Zach, did you have something? I didn't want to mean for Zach to get cut off, but if you had some more to add.
No,
did you have a question for him, Jamie?
What's that?
Go ahead, Zach.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, that's all right. I just, just to clarify, it is a privilege right now to be white in America. That truly, I think that's absolutely true.
No, I agree.
That's just what I was saying. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Jamie, too. I see that, and I mean, I could go on for days about some of the way I grew up in Greensboro around, rednecks and just the god-awful racism and the segregation. Like, I didn't have great experiences, in high school with some of the black guys that were going to our school, but I also went to a predominantly majority white school. There was one other one that was way whiter. And then we had, two other ones that was, they were the lower income. And then Dudley was the predominantly black one, and that, but it was always, so I grew up with that kind of mentality with, older white folks and being racist. I mean, we'd go over to our friend's house, and their dad was like, brought out a shotgun when a black man came over to visit his daughter, like, and ran him the fuck off the property. And this is right down in Greensboro by Walker Street Bars, if you're familiar with that area. So it's like, I've run through it, and as I've gotten older and met more and more people, and my mind has gotten away from that mentality. But I still see, our white privilege is true, absolutely true, versus that. I guess that's basically was my point for that, or how I looked at it.
I mean, I claim being Southern all the time. And you can ask when people would come down here and film and they go, your attitude is New York. Excuse me, what? Was my first one, but I grew up in Western North Carolina. We had a moonshine guy named Bubba. I still miss moonshine. Not that I would do that because that's totally illegal and against federal law. But if I did, I would totally miss it. I mean, I claim being Southern. I mean, not being racist, I make a damn good fried chicken. I make really good fucking food. And I go, rah, rah, rah. I am Southern. But also being Southern, you deal with microaggressions, and Black, you deal with microaggressions. And one of the things I've been telling people and trying to get them to understand is the phrase, I don't see color. That's a decade thing for me of, I don't see color. No, you see color. You see color. Whether or not you judge somebody on their color is an entirely different issue. But you see their color. Like if you look at me and decide I'm rich, I'm not rich. If you look at me and decide, like one of my son's teachers, that I did not have a high school diploma, which I almost flipped my lid, and we had to have a discussion with the vice principal because I had a white teacher in my son's sixth grade, look at me and go, well, I don't know the level of your education. And if you know any Black females, it will happen. We will go. And I let her know I had a college degree. His father had a college degree. My mother had a college degree. My father worked as a welder for over 25 years. His grandparents on his father's side has college degrees, and they were both teachers. So what do you want to tell me now that you know that I have a college degree? And she realized that she stepped in it. But this was sixth grade. This was when my son was in sixth grade. It's a microaggression. I don't know what the level of your education is.
We lost Zach. We got Derek now.
Yeah, I switched it.
Huge improvement.
I saw Derek waiting, and I was going to get in here.
Zach, wow, he shaved his beard and everything.
Michelle, I got the articles, but I can't read them at this moment. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of the comments here. But hey, how about we get Derek in on the conversation? And then I wanted to ask Kang something too. I got something for you. But Derek, how do you feel when you see the American flag?
Oh,
Oh God, your mic. Okay, yeah. I think if you go to the settings, Derek, you can do a test on your mic. And somebody might be having the live feed open because I can hear video feedback. But so turn off Facebook or YouTube if you got it. But I'll ask Kang. Kang, what would have to change for you to kind of like embrace the flag and American pride? I guess for it to not be. I can't remember how you put it, but you just kind of feel complacent about it. It's like I don't know, whatever. Well, what would have to happen for you to be like, fucking America? Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the first thing is you gotta get Trump out. I mean, he's literally, in my opinion, he's wiping his butt with the flag right now. I mean, that dude, he don't give an F. He's with the Constitution. He don't give an F about any of that stuff. And if you were to believe that, you know, close to half, if not half of America, you know, they want this guy as president. And if that's the case, and if if he stays as president, you know, then I really am, you know, questioning like, where is the heart of America? Is America, if this is who your leader is essentially the head of the nation, right? So if he's the head of the nation and he represents America, then that's not a great look in my opinion. So the first thing would be get him out of office. You know, people always say that America is the richest nation, or I've heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but the richest nation in all of history, not just right now, but all of history. Supposedly, America is the richest nation ever, even over Rome, like ever. So if we're really that rich of a nation, you know, how are we taking care of the poor? Terrible. How are we taking care of the sick? Terrible. And if we can somehow figure out how to, you know, curb, if not end homelessness, you know, if we can somehow to have universal health care, I mean, those are the two things that I feel like as the richest nation ever in the history of mankind. And if the heart of America can actually fix that, I mean, those three things, then I'll be like, yeah, America's probably going to be a pretty freaking awesome country to live in, right? If you can fix those three things, you know, that will take care of a lot of social ills, and then you combat and you attack racism, you combat and attack environmental issues. And it's one of those things where, like, you know, America, if it's such a great country, you know, why can't we fix these problems, right? Like, why aren't we fixing these problems? And it's really disheartening to me to see that, like, they don't even want to change. You know, there's people making too much money, so they want to get status quo. And as a nation, and if that's really what you're all about, you know, you don't want to take care of the needy, you don't want to take care of the sick, you don't want to take care of the old. You really just want to make as much money as possible and destroy the environment. And you don't care what country, what group of people you run over in order to achieve, you know, the goal of making money. And that's what America is all about. Then I honestly can't back that, right? Like, if America has that change of heart and goes in this new direction, which is, you know, honestly, would it happen in my lifetime? Probably not. So, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, like, it's tough. We can do it though. With the willpower of the people band together, we can fix all these problems. But why don't they do it? And that's the question that I grapple with. You know, it's like all these huge problems. Why don't America fix it?
It's hard to. It's like Marvin Hagler said. It's hard to get up and train at 6 a.m. when you're sleeping in silk sheets. You know what I mean? When you're making money off the system and the system's working for you, you don't necessarily want to change the system. You can say you want to change the system, but you don't really want to change the system.
Or put it on the people that want to change it more. Like, yeah, man, like, of course, you guys want to change it. That's great. You know, hope it works out for you.
Yeah, good luck with that. You know what I mean? And they'll support you from afar, but they're making money. They don't care. You know what I mean? I'm sorry.
I think it takes for a person to actually admit that you're wrong about something, because for a lot of, speaking very generally, for a lot of white Americans, what all of this is going on, what a lot of people predominantly said was, well, I don't see it. I don't see racism. I thought we were done with this. I thought, but it's happening. It's happening every day. It's happening, it's like sexism and rape. It's happening. A female getting paid less than a male for doing the same job. When my mother retired as a Black woman, it took 2 people to do her job. She did it by herself. She did it. But yet they hired 2 men to replace her at her same rate to do her one job. So if you don't admit that you see a problem, if you can't go, there is an issue, I may not see it, but let me know what's going on, because a lot of people don't want to talk about it, and it is the uncomfortable conversation that people don't want to have with their Black friend or their Asian friend or their gay friend, bisexual, transgender. If you don't want to have that conversation when somebody is pissed off and mad, then what? Then you're okay with the status quo. So you can't say you're okay with the status quo or that you're going to change it. I mean, we as Americans, this is going to take longer than 2 weeks. This is going to take longer than 2 years. We've been dealing with this shit for 400 years. And where have we gotten in 50 years since Martin Luther King Jr. died?
Well, that's kind of my point when I made that comment about the statues and everything. I mean, I think it's great that the statues being taken down, but what actually does that affect? I mean, really affect? I'm glad you don't have to walk up to it and explain to your kid why this fucking racist has a statue in the middle of the street, but what's it really affecting in the greater good? I mean, it's so much bigger than that. And like, that's my question, is like, what do we need to do? Like voting for, right now, I mean, obviously get Trump out of fucking office. He's a awful person,
I mean, just a terrible.
He's an idiot.
But
he's an idiot.
Biden,
he's fired more cabinet members than 12 seasons of The Apprentice.
86% of his staff has been fired. So did he hire the wrong people, or is he an idiot? That's my question.
Either way, he's a bad leader. Either way.
Well, let me ask you guys this: why isn't there a revolution, or why isn't there a constitutional change to get rid of the Electoral College?
I don't know. Because
like,
most of the population
are the Electoral College, and it's like he didn't win the popular vote, so I don't understand why Americans didn't like riot and burn the fucking system down when he was nominated, and it's gonna happen again. The Electoral College could take it again. I think I saw one statistic where he only has to win 23% of the popular vote if he wins it in the right state, and he can be reelected. And so
he's not winning California, dude. Don't sweat it. He's not winning New York. Don't sweat it.
Yeah,
we're good.
I think for some people, getting Trump as president, it was a joke. I mean, it was a big joke. A lot of people didn't vote because they hated Hillary, or they voted for Trump because they thought it was a joke. And then the phrase of what can he do? He can't really do anything in 4 years. What can he do? He has dismantled this country more, and I am on edge more since that man's got elected. My son took a day off of school on the day of the election because he was so terrified to go to school. He said the Trump kids are going to get me, and they're going to keep saying "Make America Great Again," and I don't want to go. And I let him stay home because he was terrified. 4 years ago, he was fucking terrified to go to school because of election. And I mean, a lot of people are pissed off, but for a lot of brown children, they were terrified because of the bullying and everything else in the system of, if you're a black kid and you get hit by a white kid and you hit them back, you're in trouble because you're bigger and stronger and you shouldn't hit. I mean, there's microaggressions for all of this stuff. But I mean, vote the man out because he's an idiot. He can't read. He cannot read. So God knows he hasn't read the Constitution. He can't read.
No, nor the
You know,
Bible.
I think
He hasn't read the Bible either.
No.
That's his #1 book. That is his
He knows the
favorite book.
Constitution more than the Bible. I guarantee you. And that's not much.
Oh, he's got lawyers explaining the Constitution to him every single hour. Yeah, he knows it. He can't read it, but he knows it.
I would bet that he hasn't even read his book, The Art of the Deal. I would bet he's never read it from front to back. I would.
Hey, I got a question. Does anybody want to dip out? Because there's some other folks waiting to get in. If anybody needs to go do something, but there's only room for 6 people in the conversation.
Well,
Oh, shit. Okay.
let me leave you. I'll dip out, but for a few minutes. But let me leave you with this, and because I want to say this, like, I was saying, like, you need to get Trump out. Yes, but saying this is like, we vote Biden in. What's the real change that's going to happen? What's going to like change the system for Black people? Really, if we vote Biden, yes, on the surface it's going to be good. Biden does not have a great record. Granted, the man has tried to, I think, win the error of his ways. But in the big picture, what needs to happen to change the system to make it better? And I'm not talking about like racism, like in terms of, I'm a white guy and I hate a Black person, or vice versa. What I'm talking about, the system that keeps Black people under their boot. What changes that? So I'll leave you with that. I'm going to go pee, and you find somebody else.
Come back. I'll be able to see you. Yeah. I'll take you out of the feed for now, and then definitely come back.
I'm gonna do a construction project. I told
Do you need to go, Val?
PowerShell stuff.
Go do construction and come back. Oh wait, hang on, Zach. I got to get Marjorie in here, and then Michelle's waiting too. She had a lot to say in the comments. But Marjorie's gone. She was there. Oh, okay. Oh, hey Michelle. Hey, bye Val. Hang on, and then we got Marjorie and Hannah. Hannah, hey, I'm sorry. We haven't met, but Sean brought you in. How you doing?
hey,
And then Marjorie, I've known since middle school. And we're going to have people
10 years is a long time.
Love to vote. Hey, Marjorie, can you put in the comments? I'll do it, actually. The scan QR code. Yeah. While you're at it, I'll do that. Why don't you explain what's going on with headcount? And I'm going to mute somebody's mic because there's some noise going on. Okay, we're good.
Cool. Yeah, thanks, Troy, for having me out on. I'm Marjorie. I'm from Wilmington, from Raleigh, really, where Troy and I grew up. But I'm out in Denver now, and I volunteer with nonpartisan voter registration group Headcount, headcount.org. Typically, we go to shows and festivals and register people to vote, but in the current status of the world, we're not going to concerts and festivals because we're not having any, which kind of, sucks because now, as you guys have been speaking on, is not the time to not be registering people to vote and making sure that everybody has easy access to that. So Troy's sharing a QR code in the comments here. It's a digital platform it's a do-it-yourself situation where you can scan this QR code and go to a platform where you can check your status. You can pledge to vote and talk to friends family members about voting. You're not giving out any of their information. You're just pledging to yourself to send a message back to yourself closer to election time. It's a do-it-yourself situation. And then,
sorry, go ahead. My bad.
I was like, wait, that's me.
I'm trying to post the code and I'm going to different pages. That's my bad. Keep on going.
No worries. And then you can actually register to vote depending on what state you live in. Different states all have different online portals. Some you can completely register to vote online. Some really suck and they're really hard to navigate. And some states you just can't, but we can at least get you to the right information on where to do this, where to at least start the process. So again, it's this QR code, and it's perfect. It's awesome. I actually went to a protest yesterday in Denver. As we all know, civil rights are not a partisan issue. They are a completely non-partisan issue. So head count, we kind of were in a very big lull, kind of waiting to see what was going on with events. And then this George Floyd happened, and we were like, we got to get this out now because this is a total nonpartisan issue. We need to make sure everyone is there. So feel free to print this QR code and put it on your sign for any protest, or if you own a store or whatever, put this QR code anywhere, put it as your profile photo on social media. I made mine my profile photo for Facebook and got a message that a friend's daughter registered to vote the other day off of my Facebook profile. So use it and talk to your friends about voting. I hear you guys. Again, right now I'm representing a nonpartisan organization, so I'm going to stay that way. But remember that elections matter at all levels. Get out and, we ended up with the situation we're in with who we have left to vote for at the top because of so much complacency with all the other levels that get to the top. And so we can't forget about those local elections. I mean, city council to school board, everything. It's so important. And there's a lot of, voter registration issues to be discussed, and now all this mail-in voting. So if anybody has questions about any of that, I'd like to just open that up to you guys.
I can't post the QR code, so maybe if you can try to do it, I don't know what's going on, but see if you can do it in the comments section so we can get people to, you were saying it's not just to register, but to check their registration to make sure they're voting in the right place.
I actually had a friend that was just 2 hours ago very determined that she is registered to vote. And I said, just check, just check, just scan the QR code. And because she had in Colorado, we get a mail-in ballot. And so she scanned it and put her information in, and lo and behold, she was not registered to vote. She went bright red, and she's like, man. So just check, because in some states, Ohio, they purge voter registration. If you don't vote in an election 1 or 2 cycles in a row, they get rid of you. So you just can't just show back up. And so encourage everyone to just check, because the last thing you want to do is come November, there's still primaries happening right now, but certainly come November, we don't want to get caught at the polls like, I wasn't registered. So I'm going to try and share this QR code with you guys.
Yeah, and that's at headcount.org, right?
Headcount.org /United We Vote. That's the national QR code. I'm trying to share my personal platform QR code so my numbers get counted.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to share. But we do have a platform. It's nationwide, and I would encourage you, if we can't get this to be figured out. And
well, here, I'll take you off the feed so you can get on Facebook and try to. Yeah,
and I can share it or something. I'll figure this out.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll get people all up in there and with your QR code. All right. Thank you, Marjorie. We'll have you back. Just stand by. Who we got? Michelle. All right. Hey, Michelle, why don't you explain? Let's talk about this. What were we disputing? The states' right argument? Oh, no. Did I mute? No, you're not muted. Hey, that's your sound is off, Michelle. Check your settings. If you go back out to the camera settings, you'll be able to test your mic. Yeah. So, anyways, Sean, you got in it. Let's see here. I have another question, but it was for Val, and she's gone. So we'll wait for her to get back up. Who's got something else?
I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
So it's Flag Day, right? and the Confederate flag is still, flown, or people still represent the Confederate flag all throughout the South. But I don't understand how, if you're rocking the Confederate flag, how are you rocking the American flag? Like, I don't understand the mentality. Like, I've never quite understood that. Like, shouldn't it be one or the other? Like, if you're pro Confederate, then shouldn't you be anti-American? Like, I don't understand.
That's how I kind of was wondering the same thing. Like, all right, this is the traitors' flag. They lost. And also, why is it now that they're being banned from military bases? Because we're fighting against this flag. And it was a reintegration right around in the 50s, I think, where people started bringing these flags in. And, because it was the civil rights movement. So there was a white supremacy movement to match that. And there were all these variations on the flag. Like the Confederate flag that we see, it's not even the Confederate flag. It's just the coolest looking one that Robert E. Lee had, and that was their battle flag for Virginia. So Georgia put that flag on their flag in the 50s. It's not even something that's historically significant in their flag. It's something they took from the Confederacy and decided, because of all this civil rights shit, we're going to put the Confederate flag on our flag in 1950 or 1960 something. And another state did it too, Mississippi. So I do think it's hilarious, this whole contradiction of the Confederate flag, that these Americans,
it makes no sense.
The traitor.
Well,
and they're upset that they can't do it now.
Well, listen, I think we should take the Confederate flag. It's bullshit. But let me say this about this and the whole. I think it goes back. I mean, grew up in the South. My mother, who is not racist, loves Gone with the Wind. Loves the pageantry of the old South. I think in some ways there's this connection there with that holds true. Now, in no way is my mom flying a Confederate flag. I'm just kind of like maybe trying to play devil's advocate here on the fact that they're afraid of losing that history in some way. I mean, read a fucking book, but
it's the wrong history. But
no one flies the British flag, right? Like, you don't see Americans flying British flags.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Right? Of course not. People are like, of course not. But they still fly the Confederate flag.
No, Britain's another country, and yes,
but the U.S. separated from Great Britain, right? Like, that's what the South wanted to do with the Union.
Right.
They wanted to separate.
Saying that
was their revolution.
I feel like in some way, like maybe that's hard for people to tear away from. Like, they feel like they're losing something there. And although I think it's ridiculous,
it's about life experience, dude. Like, they didn't grow up experiencing what it's like to be a black person. Okay. So they can't see it from that angle of it. They only see like the good parts of it. And some people honestly, sincerely believe that they're just proud to be a Southerner. And that's what it means. It means rebel against the state and the federal government. And right now, I kind of fucking agree with that sentiment, but I would never do it. I don't understand it myself that they would still fly it. But I can also understand we shouldn't tell them they can't either, because it's civil rights stuff. Like, you should be able to do what you want.
Well, I mean, it's freedom of speech thing, but it's also a flag that to make a Germany analogy, it would be the equivalent of somebody going through some German citizen walking through with a Nazi flag and saying, you know what, like, this is my thing and this is my heritage. It's like, it's not about hate. But Nazis will rise again.
I get it. I don't understand it either. I don't think that they're going about it like, I hate black people, here's my Confederate flag. I don't think that's their intention.
Well,
I think we should view people's intentions.
I think that's a large generalization. I think that there are some people who definitely have that intention.
I'm trying to give them benefit of the doubt, man.
Yeah.
Well, that's privilege, man. It's been a game for so long. I mean, I love the Dukes of Hazzard. I love the General Lee car when I was a kid. I had that fucking car. I was doing jumps and stuff all over the place. You know, like it's been allowed for too long. Like it should have been.
It should have been done away with in the beginning,
right?
Like Nazi, like Germany did with the Nazi flag.
And now no one wants to let it go. You know, I mean, I do think it's a racist calling card, but I do think there's a certain tendency that just like has this weird love for it that they don't relate it necessarily.
Yes, it's real. Some people are genuinely like that. I've met them. You know, they don't hate. They just like Confederate flag and they just dig it.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, for me, anything that like, you know, and call me a fucking snowflake, you know, or whatever. But if it bothers someone, if that's going to bother black people, then fucking get rid of it. You know, they have the right to say that. So
100%, I would too.
I mean,
in terms of the Confederate statues and stuff, you know, you guys remember when the United States pulled down Saddam Hussein's statue? Our military did that.
Yeah,
I mean, Germany took down Hitler's statues. I'm just saying.
So, I mean, I think what people are doing with the statue, I mean, that's the will of the people, right? Like, if the people want to take it down, then they took it down. So, if these people that really want to re-erect it, they can pay the money and they can build their own statues and put it in their own private property. You know, right?
I would recommend building a museum for them all. If you get rid of them, don't destroy them. Put them into a place where the people that respect that type of shit can go, and no one else has to look at it.
But then, I mean, that's the problem though, because like if you go into museums, where did most of those artifacts even come from? Seriously, most of those artifacts were looted from other countries.
No, true.
So I mean, it's one of those things where like, yeah, we can take it down and put it in a museum, but you know, if you think about how museums even operate, like how does the Guggenheim, how do they get all these stuff from Africa? How do they get it from Asia? This stuff
a lot of it's not just underhanded stuff. Like museums trade shit all the time just so people can share each other's civilizations and histories. Like it's not all just underhanded shit. But like what I'm saying is I'm trying to appease both sides because we're never going to get anywhere if we just want to say this is what should happen. We've got to come somewhere in the middle. And if that's just moving them somewhere and putting them in a museum and giving them their own.
Isn't that the problem with America? Is like there's a status quo and they're too afraid to push it one way or the other way. So it never gets fixed. You know, like after World War II, right? From my understanding, I'm not old enough to be alive, but they were like, you know what? Anything Nazi, done. No more. You can't show that ever again. Like after World War II, what did they do with Japan? They were like, you know what, Japan, you guys can't have a military anymore. You're done. You guys
Germany
effed it up for everybody else. You can't have a military anymore. And so it was very drastic, but you know, in the long run, it has worked out. And I think in America, you know, unless shit gets really, really bad, it just keeps going like this, and it never gets fixed. And I think the problem right now is people are like, you know what, F that, just take it down. We're not going to debate it anymore. We're not going to like just take it down and then we'll figure it out like, later. And then, you know, honestly, like the will of the people spoken. And, you know, if that's what it needs to take in order for it to be taken down, because the debate keeps happening and nothing happens, right? Nothing happens.
There's also a side that I don't think you're quite taking into account, man. The account of like, I don't know, when I see online that like this ancient burial site just got destroyed accidentally by something. It's like history being, you know, like there's something to art and there's something to art history that you're not giving it full credit for.
But the thing is, like,
I agree with why it's bad, and I like personally, I say fuck it, take it down because I don't give a shit about statues.
But it's a the Confederate statues and monuments. Those are manufactured. Right, like they weren't built during the Civil War. They weren't built when the Confederacy was happening. When they built years later on, like you know, like it's a manufactured history that, you know, it shouldn't have even existed, and that should be what the debate is. Should this have even been erected to begin with?
I mean,
and so a lot of people feel like they should have been.
Who decides what stays and what goes?
The thing
That's
is,
the power I don't want to give anybody.
but the thing is, I mean, ultimately, it comes down to this. You think about a black family walking down the street, and a kid goes, "What's that statue? Oh, what's that all about?" And
Like,
it was a white slave owner doing whatever. I mean, that's a terrible, tragic thing for that parent to have to explain to that child. I mean,
hey, but at least we're talking about it. Look at the Native Americans. We don't even talk about them because they're all dead.
No.
Hey, Molly.
No, those statues were not put up. To memorialize. Like, they were put up. They were put up as a racist way of controlling black folk. They were put up to intimidate and basically like crush down the black folk during Jim Crow. So no, those monuments, like if you want to give them to a private collector or a Civil War museum or something like that, but you don't. They're not. There's no use for them. They're meant to intimidate and cause fear in a specific part of our community. So they're useless. I mean, it's not a monument to the Civil War. It's a monument to oppression.
Hey, Michelle,
we had you there for a second, Michelle, and then we lost you.
So you can hear me?
We got you. Okay.
Wonderful. I would like to make a few points just so everyone knows. I was a U.S. history freak growing up. I got awards I didn't even know I was up for. And I'm part of the blues world, which means I've had a lot of these conversations for the last 20 years with people of color. And first of all, as far as like the monuments, they were a form of intimidation. Why do you think that the freedom of the slavery is celebrated as Juneteenth and there is no specific date? Because Southerners tried not to let their slaves know that they were free. So they got word on different days. Each one of them got a different date. So that's why they celebrate Juneteenth as opposed to having a specific day that they were free. Now, something that Troy had been asking me to do research on because I brought it up in the group was about the Civil War. The Civil War being told to us as, it was about freeing the slaves is a whitewash of history because it was an accident that slaves became free. It was not part of the fight. What happened was a few black slaves made it into a Union Army camp when they ran away. And then the Southerners demanded them back. And the Yankees said, well, they're people. You can't, own them. And the Southerners said, they're our property. They're our chattel. So the Union said, well, fine. Contraband of war, they're ours now. And then more slaves made it to that fort. Then they created areas around the fort and they served the Union Army. It became
but wasn't the Civil War, wasn't the debate on whether or not to free slaves or not? Wasn't that why the Union and the Confederate separated?
The war originally had nothing to do with freeing slaves. It was about union. It was about money.
Yeah, it was about money and power. It had nothing to do with. It had very little to do with slaves.
It was a.
But the money and power came from slavery. Didn't the South know that, like, at some point, Lincoln or the North wants to free all the slaves, and they're like, before they started the war in order to prevent that, right? That's my understanding.
That's a whitewashing of the history written by the Union, because history is written by the victors. Okay, Lincoln wanted to free the slaves. He had not planned on doing it at that time. His hand got pushed when the Southerners started fighting about their slaves now being called contraband. It was a happy accident. Lincoln had every intention of doing something about it at some point, but not at that point.
Yeah, it was not. It was all about power and keeping all the money together. Like, the northern states can't survive without southern farming food at the time. They needed them. If they separated, they couldn't eat. They were in big cities. They couldn't have farmlands to eat. It's just like us nowadays, almost everybody. But back then, it was starkly different.
Well, yes, and you make a point there. And again,
Northerners were benefiting from slavery just like the Southerners, man. Like, they didn't really care about that part as much as we're giving them credit for it.
Exactly. There were plenty of Northerners that did care, that they became part of the Underground Railroad that helped slaves become.
Yeah, and there's lots of Southerners that hated slavery too. It's like there's lots. Most people were poor. Only rich people had slaves.
Yes, but those men and women who were lower income and didn't have slaves could look at those slaves and go, "Well, I'm a little bit better than them." That was a big deal.
No. Look, listen.
That was a big
This is
deal.
not what we're saying.
A white man, not white women, but a white man was still free, where a black man or a person of color wasn't. And it wasn't just blacks. We did the same kind of destructive things to Asians. We did the same kind of destructive thing to the Irish even. When the Irish came over here, we considered them nothing but the lowest of the low.
Ooh, baby, you should come in here.
People, the Americans as a people in our history have, even though we now call ourselves the melting pot, have a history of any time a new group of people comes over, we put them down in the lowest totem pole.
Hey, guys, listen to this. This is my girlfriend just texted me because she's shy. Listen, the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery wasn't even ratified until December of 1865.
Hello? What am
That's
I talking
a long... I mean, come on, man.
I'm telling you, the freedom of slavery was a happy byproduct of
Yeah, we're not saying slavery wasn't shitty. We're saying the Northerners weren't great either. They liked slavery. They didn't hate slavery. They didn't like slavery, but they didn't hate it.
Hey, I'd like to get Molly's opinion on this. She's from DC and raised up that way. I mean, most of us are from the South, and I mean, obviously, regionally, you have different views of things. I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts with all this, Molly? Hello, Molly. Good to see you.
Hello. Can you guys hear me okay? I don't know if my mic is loud enough, but yeah, I mean, the main issue with keeping the monuments up is there's a clear correlation between voter suppression and the location of those Confederate monuments that's still like accountable today. So it's not really about something that happened in the past that we can't change. Like, it's still happening right now. And like, if your bloodline has a history of being enslaved and lynched and murdered by the same people who glorify those statues, that sends a clear message to you that you better stay home from the polls. That's not an accident by any stretch. So I think that there's absolutely no reason to keep those things up. I mean, we don't. If we had a monument for every historical thing that ever took place, the world would be full of bronze, and that's just not realistic. It's not a very cost-effective way to teach things, So, I mean, and then if you really look at museums, like, who's the number one funder of museums? The government. So the government's going to pay to keep this racist, stuff, what, under a roof so other racist people can go there. I mean, we already have the Museum of the Bible. I think that's enough for now.
Yeah, I know, you're totally right, dude. Like, I'm with you guys. I promise you. I'm just trying to give the voice of the people that I'm talking to all the time, because you guys already think like me. So I'm more giving you guys the questions that I'm asked that it's hard for me to answer, because it's hard for me to argue with all lives matter. It really is. Even though that I know what Black Lives Matter actually means.
There really isn't an argument to that. No one once has ever said that all lives don't.
I know this, but I'm talking about it takes me an hour to get this far with them.
Have you ever seen the little cartoon about the rainforest? If I held up a sign saying, "Save the rainforest," your first reply wouldn't be "Save all forests." Your first reply would probably be a question going, "What's happening to the rainforest?" So if you need to use some sort of metaphor or analogy to get them to stop for a moment, to get them to actually listen and get to that point faster, maybe that'll work.
It doesn't. It's hard. It's real hard.
There's so many good analogies out there that I've thrown out, and it is.
I know.
It's like throwing a rock against the wall, and you're not going to get through it. People don't want to listen. They're just simply not going to listen to analogies. Like I said, these people are denying facts on their face.
All they hear is that they hear Black Lives Matter. All they hear is that white lives don't. And as ridiculous as that sounds to me and you,
I think a lot of people hear Black Lives Matter and they're like, "Oh, wait, Black Lives Matter as much as my life? I don't know about that. And they question it. It's deep down. I think deep down they're thinking, I don't think that's true. So my response is that we all matter. I'm not going to say that I matter more because that would be passé, but I'm just going to say that, yeah, all lives matter. The best one that I've seen is the one where Jesus is like, preaching to disciples, and he says, "Blessed are the poor," and somebody says, "Oh, sorry, Jesus. Blessed is everyone." That's the best one I've seen, so I'll throw that one out there.
That's a really good one, and I'm going to use that one, I think, from now on.
Yeah, there's a good meme out there. That's the meme. People, honestly,
I disagree. I think all that shit is bullshit. I think people know exactly what they're saying when they do it, and I think we have to call them out on it. Just keep calling them out on it.
I try, but like I know some of these people, and I know that they don't have hate in their heart. Like I think a lot of it is.
That's a cop out though. You don't get to say like rape, like that's like saying, not all the Nazis were terrible people. Like they had wives and children and they loved them. Like, sure, not all Nazis went home and beat the shit out of their wives. That does not mean that they were good people. Like people can have goodness in their heart and still be racist, right? So it's not a matter of like analogies. It's about asking like, where is this fear coming from, right? Because ultimately all this is fear-based, like, right? Slavery. It was the fear of losing their business and their livelihood and their, that's what this is from. Like, if you look at Charlottesville last year when the guy drove through the protesters and killed Heather Mayer, right? And the Tiki Torches guys and the khakis, like, what were they saying? Do you guys remember? I'll never forget. They were chanting, "We will not be replaced."
Yep.
We will not be replaced. That's what they were chanting. I was mind blown by it. I was like, that's what y'all get. Yo, we're like, newsflash, we're all gonna be replaced by robots. So like, get in line. But like, you have to understand, like, this is coming from a fear-based thing. Like, they're worrying about being replaced, and so when they say that like Black Lives Matter, they're defending this idea that somehow theirs doesn't. And it's all coming from fear. It's a lack of intelligence and it's fear. And you can be a good person and you can still be stupid and full of fear. You know what I mean? Like that's not, one doesn't, qualify the other. And so I don't know, like you can't, like we can't just excuse people who are nice to you, right? It's like the not all cops. Well, just because you have positive experience with police officers doesn't mean everybody else does. That's like if I say to somebody, "Hey, I was raped," and my friend, the first thing they say is, "Well, not all men are rapists." Like, yeah, no kidding, man. You know what I mean? Like, why are you taking this personally, right? Why do you feel the need to defend? So, you can give them analogies and memes and cartoons and all kinds of examples, but until they understand like what they're so afraid of, like the conversation's never going to change.
True, but more my point was more in the context of like communication. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to express a sentiment or statement. The hardest thing about being a human being is the lack of communication. It is impossible for me to accurately tell you how I feel, or you me. So we're all alone in that. Our words mean differently things than you, and we speak the same language. Okay, I can have a twin brother, and his recognition of words will be different than mine because of experiences with those words. I mean, this is getting pretty deep. But what I'm saying is, we need to come up with terms from here on that unite everyone, because that is where the end goal has to be. And that would be my advice to everyone involved.
I to a certain extent disagree with that in a way, in this sense. I do not think this is so much an issue of color. All right. I think it's an issue of economics. I think it started with slavery. I think slavery ended. They had to figure out a way to keep their economic status. How do we do that? We criminalized blacks at that point, and I kind of keep going back to this. Then as time goes along, you have the Jim Crow era. You end up, hold on, I'm going to bring, sorry. You end up, wanting voters and Nixon gets this migration of Democrats from the South because, these protesters are creating upheaval and they're criminals, which wasn't the case. I mean, yes, there was a rise in crime, but it was directly related to the population because of baby boomers, but hey, we're going to propaganda-wise, we're going to okay, these people are the cause of it. We go on to the 80s and Reagan and the war on drugs, Clinton realizing that, hey, we got to, I got to win an election. Hey, I'm going to fight crime, dump a bunch of money into the police force, a lot of arrests, and it's all centered at the black community is the easy target.
Yes.
Ultimately, and it is it's still a slave workforce. That's what it is. And prisons are privatized, and until we realize that we have to take this away, and in some way maybe make it federal, and people aren't making money from this, it's going to be a problem. It's all this propaganda pushed by these people with money who are saying, all lives matter. It's just, it's just ingrained. It's ingrained at this point, and I just feel like I don't feel like being nice about it. It's not. I mean,
It's a cop out.
I've tried to be nice about it,
Hey, but maybe it is a cop out. But
and I get you, love for all and everything, but I just feel like at this point, either they're going to come along and they're going to realize that they're wrong and that they're on the wrong side of history, or they're just going to continue, this kind of veiled systematic racism. I mean, that's ultimately what it is, and until we keep hammering and hammering and hammering, and don't let them off the hook with it, then I don't care if they hate me, and these people go way back for me, I grew up with these people and I love these people, but they're wrong. They're just wrong. It's that simple. It's wrong. It was wrong that George Floyd got choked to death for 7 minutes until he passed out. It was, and it goes it's wrong all the way back to slavery. It's just, we're the good guys. We are caring about somebody, and that's ultimately what it is. And it's about money and economics, and it's all perception, and we've got to change the perception. And I think we still have to keep calling people out on it. And I don't want to be a dick about it, but I want to be a dick about it.
Be a dick.
Is that we have to be careful of too, is we have to be careful to play white savior, because
I'm sorry, it's hard time hearing you. Everybody hearing her good?
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
Okay, we have to be careful not to try to play white savior. That's how our history got written to begin with. That's why everyone thinks that the Civil War was about freeing the slaves as opposed to a byproduct. The history was written by a bunch of white Northern men, and that's what it was. So as a people have to...
It's a bitter narrative. That's why they wrote it that way.
We have to keep their narrative going. We have to support them however we can without playing white savior. And that's difficult because a lot of us, especially those of us who this time are really on the right side of history, we're very passionate and caring people. We care about people who are good people, no matter what they look like, no matter what religion, no matter what race. You know what I mean?
Even tall people. I like them too.
We tend to be the kind of people we want to come in and save the day. We have to be very careful. One of the things that I've been doing, because some of you know, I run a national organization, a nonprofit that supports female blues artists around the world. I was a blues artist. I've been on the blues trail. I have sat with former slaves former sharecroppers, children of slaves. I have heard their statements. I've heard their conversations. So I'm trying my best to never go, I'm going to come in and fix it. I'm trying my best to always go, this is what they're saying and this is why they're saying it. And, and Jamie, something you said earlier, you said you didn't feel like you were privileged. But I think Valerie made a comment that probably should have pointed out how privileged you really are. Odds are, if you had dated a black girl, if you had dated a black girl growing up, you would never have been arrested for it. Odds are, if you and I get pulled, we can ask the cop, why did it get pulled? And 9 out of 10 times they're going to answer us. When an African American or person of color asks, quite often they're told to shut up. They're told, oh, are you arguing with me? But legally, the cop's supposed to tell them why they're pulled, but they don't necessarily do it. So, and Valerie, I was just talking about a point you made, with your brother. That's the privilege that a lot of us whites don't recognize that we have.
Oh, no.
I can jaywalk. I can jaywalk and I'm going to be fine, but a black person jaywalked and they're going to get arrested. Recently, a black pastor was attacked by a group of 5 white people. He called the cops. The cops only talked to the white people and they arrested the black pastor.
Yeah, I
Who'd
know.
been beaten up.
Hey, look, I wasn't. Hey, Michelle.
To arrest the
Michelle.
Michelle. Privilege of being white that we have
Michelle,
to watch out
please,
for.
I love you. Michelle, when I was
can I
that,
interject real quick? Troy, Troy, will you take me out of the room for a minute? I'm gonna go talk to Lily, see if she'll if I can do like a little interview with her down here, and I'll just wave at you from the back room.
Hey, Michelle, when I was talking about using the when I was talking about white privilege, okay, I wasn't. I agree with you, but what I hear the most when people are, and the people that need to hear this message the most, hear just that you're calling them spoiled. You're calling them like their life has been easy. And I'm sorry, like I know these people and their lives have not been easy. And that's what privilege means to them because they haven't witnessed what you're talking about.
Well, it's also because
we're dealing about perspectives versus verbiage versus communication.
Because nobody said they were spoiled. Nobody
That's what
said
they
that.
hear.
They're hearing what they want to hear. So they're making up in their own mind what was said. And they're not hearing the actual words. And that's one of the biggest problems in our society today is that people are deciding that a word has a different definition than it does.
It does to them.
It does not just somebody that is against black people. It means somebody who is
Michelle,
uneducated.
Michelle, how am I supposed to convince?
So find the word for them.
Hold on, wait. How am I supposed to
privilege for them?
Michelle, how am I supposed to convince a white person who was raised on food stamps their whole life, battled their way through poverty to college, to their own business, and say, hey, man, you've had white privilege? Like, it's really difficult.
Remind them that they didn't get a record for jaywalking. They didn't get a legal record simply outside of their race.
So, when you mention food stamps, that one of the things that the right does, and they make it known, is that food stamps, they're welfare queens. So when people hear food stamps and SNAP and everything else, and even people on food stamps, they think it's only something for black people. White people don't admit to using food stamps.
Yeah, I know. But they do.
They don't admit to. And
there's so many poor white people in the world. There's so many.
But I know there's so many. There are more white people on food stamps than black people. There's not that many of us.
No, there's more.
Yeah.
Hey, the closer is there's almost as much white people on food stamps than there are black people altogether in America.
And they don't see that as like a hand up. They see black people getting it as a hand out. They just needed it for a moment.
Right.
And it's
because they get better jobs.
They're temporarily poor. They're temporarily set back.
Yeah.
I was on food stamps. I had a gigantic child. It helped me. I make too much money to get it now. I would love to get it again. My child likes fresh fruits and vegetables, and that's expensive. And that's also part of the problem in the country, that it costs less for me to get a 3-liter of Coca-Cola and Cheetos than it does for me to get the 5 pounds of apples that my son wants to eat. You have to be rich or well off, able to go to a store and spend $200 to $300 a week to provide healthy eating for your children, which is also a problem in the Black community, because you cannot afford to get healthy food every single week. You have to get the over processed food. You have to get the Kraft mac and cheese with the yellow dye number 5. These are things that when like what happens for COVID for us, underlining health issues, I am more predisposed to get to get diabetes than y'all are, just based off my genetics and what's going on. Now, also the way I eat food, which is not constant all the time, like fried foods, doesn't help the situation, but more than likely because of my genetics, I am going to get diabetes. More than likely because of my pay grade, my check that comes in, I have to get processed foods because I have to get a budget. I make too much to get food stamps. I don't make enough to live a great, like, I would love to shop organic. People act like it's really just go to the store and get organic food. Well, if the processed food costs $1, or if the processed food costs $1 and the organic food costs $5 and I only have $3, what do you think I'm getting? It's that way for a lot of people. But yes, people hear privilege and go, I'm rich. I am not rich. I've worked hard. But when they look at me in the store and I'm getting something, the side look, oh, what are you doing? Well, what do you have? What is going on? Can I help you find something? I mean, going into a store and having an employee ask you, can I help you? I always say no. I always say no, because I take it as, what do you want? Why are you near me? What are you looking at? What's going on? And all those thoughts are running through my mind. You might go to the store and be like, oh yeah, Susan, well, yeah. But I'm like, what the fuck do you want?
Hey, look.
I mean, every single thing that's said to me by a white person, I have to process 2 to 3 times. Once as a Black person, again as a female, and then as I'm in the store and I actually do need help. But I have to process everything at least 3 times, because just because somebody says I can help you, my mind might hear, you better fucking tell me what you're doing, I'm gonna call the cops. It's tone, it's microaggressions, it's a whole bunch of stuff. Privilege is a horrible thing to say.
And again, look.
But people have privilege, yeah.
No, only comparatively to Black people's lives are we privileged. Yeah. And that is their point. But they don't want to hear that. They can't. It's just all they hear is the privilege for, and that's why I hate that word in that sentence, because it's just annoying to me to have to talk to people for an hour just to get to where we're at right now.
I mean, but here's the thing. If we keep dumbing everything down to the point that it's palatable, then we get to Trump. Yeah. So we're here already. So now it's time to turn back, because all the shit we've been doing, it ain't working. And it's deeper than not being able to afford things. Like, I'm from Washington, D.C., as Sean mentioned, right? There's 8 wards in Washington, D.C. The city is like a diamond, and it's cut by a river. And on the other side of the river, there's 2 wards. And in those 2 wards, there's not a maternity ward. There's 1 grocery store to serve 68,000 people. It's a grocery store that has chains across America, and every single other one of those chains is in better condition than that particular one, right? If to get across the city to get to where the jobs are, you have to spend a significant amount of money in public transportation. So the system is designed to fail. The system is just a prison industrial complex. It's school to prison pipeline. Straight up. That's why there's guns and cops in school. That's why these neighborhoods are policed the way they are. That's why there's no education. That's why there's no hospitals. That's why there's no grocery stores. So it's like, you know, to even have the privilege of being able to make the decision or the ability to even afford one thing or another is a whole other conversation. Imagine having one grocery store for 68,000 people.
I know.
You
and
know,
again,
like,
I'm not saying. Look, I agree with the privilege, all of it. I'm on your side.
But here's the thing. Every time we dumb it down for people who, you know, don't understand. I mean, at the core of this is the difference between right and wrong. So it's like when people say, "Oh, you should use different words for defund." No, you should open a book. Okay, no, we shouldn't. We don't need to dumb things down anymore, right? And while I feel that like the intentions are good, but like as long as we excuse people for terrible behavior. We're going to continue to stay in.
We should disarm the police.
I mean, I think that we should not worry about having to explain big words like privilege, you know?
But I mean, but this is the thing, and it was said the day in the first year of the Trump administration was if Obama did an eighth of the shit that
no, not even an eighth.
It's, I mean, yeah, it's like the micro, the 1%.
One of them, just one of the things.
But just as like the people like, okay, freaking Roseanne Barr. Well, I didn't know Valerie Jarrett was black. How the hell, looking at that woman, just because she has light skin, did you not know this? And people are like, well, you just really can't tell. You can't tell. I will look at a person and I don't judge them, but I will look at a person and I will be like, no, I don't know what % black you are, but you need to go ahead and do that little spit test. Because I'm telling you right now, you got a black granddaddy, great granddaddy, something. Because your all over 10 is absolutely perfect. You cannot get that as a white man. I have told this to people. It's not being racist. But I know on a good day, Sean Llewellyn wipes his face with his belly on a set and he hasn't seen the sun for 3 months. I might go blind because that thing is lily white. And I love Sean Llewellyn. But until he gets his summer base tan, that belly is a reflective surface if he's outside and working. But there are people who just don't... who refuse to say, yes, I have a bias. Yes, I have a bias. And being perfectly frank, everybody has a bias. I have talked to many a black girl and said, hey, you need to date a white man. Not all white men have small penises. I am telling you, some of them are hung. You need to go out there and find you a white man. Get with that boy. Get that good little credit. Go on over there. Pop out them little light brown babies. You teach that man how to work on it. You need to do that.
I've heard that before too.
It's a thing. Black women, some black women think every white man has a 3. Thank you, Lily. Every white man has a 3-inch penis. My last 3 ex-boyfriends were white, and they did not. And I'm very happy. So,
well,
I mean, everybody.
Hey, ladies, please continue to spread the word.
Valerie, scientifically, what they discovered was that
thank you. I will try.
The black
I think it's important.
Was larger than the white man's penis helped create the fallacy.
Hey, I gotta go, guys. I love you guys.
Jamie, thank you. Come back if you want to, man.
I will.
Bye.
Right.
Thanks for coming. And Zach's got Willie that we're going to interview. And Zach, what's up with Willie?
Yeah, she's on the phone right now, so I'll give you a little quick overview for anybody that doesn't know who Lily Nicole is. A friend of ours from the theater world, the entertainment industry type deal. She came down on that Sunday, the infamous Sunday, where it kind of fell apart here in Wilmington a little bit, and pretty much took over and was just trying to help out, protect her friends, keep it sane. And then ended up becoming an impromptu leader of the protest movement here. She can explain it better. That's kind of a synopsis of her thing, but please ask any questions you have about her. She's very, we've moved into a community education kind of deal with this. And yeah, here, I'll let her do her talk.
Hey guys, sorry about that. Yeah, Zach
Hey,
gave a
Lily.
great intro. We came to the protest last Sunday solely out of a fear because there weren't any official leaders, and we knew. And when I say we, I mean Josh, myself. We're theater people, stage managers, and we knew a lot of the younger crowd that was adamant about coming out. Even though there were named leaders who said that they do not sanction it, they don't encourage it, they're not sure if it was safe. So we came out again solely from a superficial point. Our building, we didn't want it to get burned down in the worst case scenario. But then as we continued to come back out here Monday, Tuesday, and the protesting rolled on, we realized that the biggest complaint or the biggest issue was, yes, systemic change in the whole overall effect of America. But here in Wilmington, the community members felt like they weren't being heard and there wasn't a voice. And there was a huge disconnect in different entities holding conversations with this community. And when I say this community, I do emphasize African Americans, but also people who live downtown. There's a lot of artists down here, a lot of younger people, 18 to 25-year-old age range. So kind of that college-y demographic, which, hold on a second, there's an airplane.
I can touch that thing.
Yeah, it's so close. Like they're hovering. But so we realized that our community, the people who kept showing up, painted a more accurate depiction of Wilmington than what Wilmington has been painted previously. It was the white artists who've been here for 50 years. It was the African American people who have been here, have watched their neighborhoods been built over. But it was also like the actors and the struggling college students who were affected by a lot of the local bills and like the redistricting, things of that nature. So it was what Wilmington truly is. Through the evolution of the last 14 days, roughly, we the lowercase leaders, our group of organizers, have developed into a nonprofit, and our platform has gone to not just protesting without a purpose or protesting without a seeming point. It's a community educational outreach platform. We've set up a schedule where we are asking members of the community and different political platforms to come in and talk and actually educate the youth. We're hammering voting. Voting is a huge deal, and we know systemic changes and policies won't be made without proper education. So not only have we successfully registered over 300 voters in the 18 to 25 demographic, but we're bringing them the information they need. This past Wednesday, we discussed Me Too, what it is, what it means, and not only how it matters to like individual women, but like work. Workplace existence, but also inform people of the sex trafficking that happens here in Wilmington, because a lot
Zach, maybe move into a better spot.
Is that Lily?
Yeah.
Lily.
We looking up?
We'll see if we can get them back
frozen.
in. Yeah.
I love her.
Yeah, she's
great. Hopefully we get her back. Yeah, because that's our local hookup right there.
I hope you guys are drinking as much as I am during all this.
But I like what Molly was talking about. It's how far. I mean, it's like Colin Kaepernick. He took a knee. The world, well, not the world. It seems that way. The world exploded, and it's like, you're not American enough. You're not protesting right. You protest a different way. That's not the way you protest. These same people losing their minds can go to the state capitol with semi-automatic rifles, and that's fine, so they can get a haircut. That's cool. My roots are showing, yes, I am armed. This is how you protest. But if black people march in the street and go, hey, there's a bunch of shit that's been going on for decades and we're sick of it, well, you need to be home because of COVID-19. It's like every time we do something, the bar is set differently. Jim Crow come on. Okay, separate but equal, struck down. Now we go school to prison. You have people in prison, and you have the for-profit prisons that go away. Then what happens? Trump is president, and now all of a sudden there's a bunch of Latinos in those for-profit prisons that got shut down. They found a new revenue source, and it happens to be another minority. The system, when you look at the flag, And same thing. I was in marching band. I played the Star Spangled Banner every Friday, every graduation. I mean, I was drum major. I know that song. I can play it. I can direct it right now. If you put me in front of 200 band members, I can direct that song without thinking about it because I know it. Do I love this country? The next question after that, because I can't really answer it, is, but does this country love me? Not my close circle of friends. Does this country actually love me? And time again, the country is like, you have to prove that you're a real American. It's the same thing of people asking me, it's like, why do you call yourself African American? You should just say you're American. And my response has always been this. If you can go into Little Italy in New York, DC, Chicago, and tell those people that they're not Italian Americans, they're just Americans, I will stop calling myself an African American. And the next word out of their mouth is but. The bar always moves for us, and we're tired. We're tired of, like, we can't meet the expectations. We're told, majority of Black people, and I'm sure Lily Nicole heard this, she'll say the same thing. We're told we have to work twice as hard as the lowest white person. We have to do better. We have to work longer. We have to know more. Don't talk back. Don't just do what you're supposed to do. Prove that you actually know what you're talking about over and over and over again. And then also watch people that you've trained rise above you quicker. The bar always moves for us. It always moves. It's the same way for females. The bar gets moved. You have to prove you're as smart as. Like Hillary Clinton has a horrible marriage, or has, I don't know, it's probably great right now. I don't know. But in the eyes of the world 4 years ago, she's just not a nice person. But this serial freaking, I cheated on every single wife and I love the Lord guy gets elected, and everybody's like, oh, he's a Christian. He's a great Christian. The bar that was set for Obama dropped. The bar is always moved for us. That man, Obama, was smart as shit. And he was. But the bar rose for him. And for Trump, it went down so far. And if a man, a color Latino, if it was a gay white man, the bar gets moved because we're not really Americans according to the Americans. We get told to leave the country. You first. I mean, I kind of hate calling white women Karens because it's just rude to actual white women named Karen. But we always get told to do something other than. My uncle got a Purple Heart because he got shot in Korea. He defends this country. When people talk about the flag, the way they word it is only white people serve in the military. We're more patriotic than you. We've been fighting since day one. Us too, motherfucker. We were here. We were here for all that. We wanted to fight. Confederacy was losing. It's like, hey, people we enslaved, if you fight for us, we'll make you free. Okay, so yes, you did have Black people fighting for the Confederacy. Should those statues be there? No, they should not. Why are we celebrating losers? We're Americans. We don't celebrate losers. We only celebrate the winners, and they need to come down. They just do.
I see 2 out of 5. I'm in the
Put
show
up Susan
again.
B. Anthony. Yeah, she sewed. Put up anybody. Shish. Put up Shane Fernando. That's my boss. Give me some brownie points. I don't know. You can find something that he did. Put a statue of him up. I don't care. But when people say but, and I have to lower the way I speak, I have to watch my tone. I can't get excitable. Or if I have an issue and a problem and I explain on Facebook, hey, this is what this woman said to me. Well, Valerie, why didn't you hit her? Because my Black ass would have been in jail for assault. That's why I didn't walk up to a woman that said something and hit her. But that was one of the first responses. You should hit her. I don't feel like going to jail today. And another reason you don't see older people my age, because I am older than Lucy, at the protest, been told something else.
Can you guys...
Don't let white people get you in trouble. They can do what you can't do. And that's the honest to God's truth. My mother said that to me. I am over 40. You find an over 40 black person, and I'll be damned, especially in the South, if their mother never told them, especially if you're hanging out with white kids, don't let those white people get you in trouble. Because you will be blamed first. And will they stick up for you? That's the truth. I have not said that to my kid. I haven't. But it's something that it was like, I have not been to those protests. I have not been downtown. I have driven by, I've honked my horn, I've put up a fist, and I've been okay. But especially at the start of it, not in Wilmington, maybe in New York. Oh, yeah, I would have been marching in New York. I would have marched in New York. I would have marched in D.C. I would have marched in L.A. But in Wilmington, I don't think so. I really...
Val, how do you feel about that representation?
I still haven't gone, and I don't know if I will.
Val, how do you feel about the representation? Because I know I talked to somebody downtown, and I was just at a park, and I got this, whatever, it's not important, but I was making a sign, and I talked to one of the black guys there, and we started talking. He's like, man, there's way more white people down there than there are black people. And I'm like, well, how do you feel about that? Do you appreciate the representation, or is this like you don't really want the help? And he's like, no, we need the help. We want the help, and we're happy that
love the help.
But I think for you and for other black people, you're sick and tired of being sick and tired. You're so over it that it's like, why are we still fighting? It's like now we need people to go and. Not the white savior thing like Michelle was saying, but we're allies and we're going to do what we can, and that's why I'm asking. Like, I don't want to go out there.
Like
I'm the savior. I'm just like here. I'm here to help. So let's, this is part of what this is. So.
And then
well,
the question
you don't think of as like a white
how long are you going to help?
And you're coming at it from a good perspective. But if you're coming in with the white savior mentality, then anything you do would be deemed that way. A lot of the things that we're asking, especially from white people who may or may not know how to get involved, one of the biggest things right now was just calling your council people and finding like where they stand on this issue, holding them accountable to some of the things that they have gone on record saying, but they haven't anteed up. One of the things specifically, like we're working with the Smith family and the DA, just to help get them answers and justice. So there's a lot of things that white people can do without coming down here and trying to take over the movement and being seen as a white person or of savior quality. That actually is just genuine investment and or attempt to understand what's happening.
Guys, I'm going to dip for a sec, and I'm going to let my friend Omari in here, and he's a guy I made a music video for, and he's got great things to say. So I'll be back, and I'm going to ask him.
I'm going to guess what color Omari is.
Troy, I'm going to back out. Troy, I'm going to back out for a while so that you can get back in here. I'll come back later in the evening.
Stay with us. Yeah. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it. Omari.
Hey, how you doing?
He's Andrew. I'm sorry.
His name is Andrew.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing
Andrew.
good, bro. How you all doing?
Oh, look, he's brown. Okay.
No,
where
that's
are you?
Amari. That's not Andrew.
Are
His name's Andrew. So, in the Zoom chat, it looks, copacetic.
Are you in Florida?
I'm in Florida, yeah.
You know what we're talking about. So I'll ask you one of the questions we got going here. It's usually the first one is all we need to get it going. So how do you feel when you see the American flag? Go.
How do I feel when I see the American flag?
Yep.
Well, coming from where I'm coming from, which is, I'm originally from Jamaica. And growing up, the American flag is always it's almost a symbol of hope for the world. A lot of people would look at, just coming from the Caribbean, even before I even came to America, to the US to live, it was always a symbol of hope to a lot of people in my own nation. There's like when they say the American flag or when they think about America, it's like, America is a place where we can actually go and just make life better for us and our family. And this, it was always a place that people look to as a place of hope, regardless of your color or your race or your background. It was always a place where people would always look to and say, listen, if I just get the opportunity to go to America, I know that I can make my life or my family's life better. And that is how, growing up, that is how we always saw the American flag as a place of hope for others, for other people. That is what that is what we knew it to be. And
How does
and
that
in a nutshell,
compare?
yeah.
How
Mm-hmm.
does that compare with your experience since you come here? How does it compare with your experience? You have the dream, which you saw from
Mm-hmm.
outside perspective, and now you're here. So,
Right.
um, perspective versus reality. How does that work out?
Yeah, well, in all honesty, I've gotten the opportunity to travel to travel to the US from my island from I was a very young boy. And I've kind of also experienced the American life per se and the American, culture per se and lifestyle. And I can tell you in some instances, it I've been disappointed in some instances, because I realize that a lot of what is sold too is not necessarily what it really is, and it is sold in one way, the wider world is bought into what they see on television, but coming into it, getting the opportunity to be in it, you realize that it is not really as what is sold. So, and I know a lot of people too who had the same experience, because a lot of people in the wider world really just know America through television. What the television says that America is, and what America can offer you, and what America will give to you. But living in it and getting the opportunity to be in it, some aspects of it is true, but there are also other aspects of it that is really not so. You understand? You hear the land of the free, the home of the brave, the land of the free. Yes, home of the brave, but I don't really understand the fullness of it being the land of the free. You understand? Because it's really, I don't believe there's really much freedom in America, for especially for certain people. For certain people, there's really not a lot of freedom. You understand? Yeah, and that is just how I feel about it.
What could be done to help you have a greater sense of pride in terms of like, okay, what's happening now? We got a movement. It's happening. Where does this
Right.
movement end up so that we're all happy
Right.
or in
So
a better
really,
place at least?
right, right. So really and truly, let me tell you, as I was saying to my wife the other day, I believe the foundation of the nation was the foundation. This was destined to happen. What is happening in the nation now, I believe, was destined to happen, because as the Bible put it, the Bible says, "A house divided cannot stand. A house that is divided cannot stand." And once something is divided, once there's a crack in it and it's divided, there's a crack that divides it. Eventually, the foundation of the nation is going to, it's going to be compromised at some time, at some point in time. So I believe because the foundation of the nation was created with a crack in the middle of it before, it was already divided. So as a result of that, this that is happening in the nation now, it was destined to happen. It was just a matter of time before it got to this point, because I believe the foundation of the nation was not necessarily built on on a foundation that was not cracked. It was already built on a divide, black against white. I'm superior to you. And even though they're trying to move forward one nation, it was built with a divide in it. And it is just a matter of time because so the foundation of it was already compromised from the get-go. You understand what I'm saying? And because it was compromised from the beginning, it was not built on a proper foundation. And because the foundation of it was weak from the beginning, this was destined to happen. And anybody know if you're building a house and the foundation is cracked and you don't fix that foundation from the inception before you build the rest of the house, it's only a matter of time before that compromised foundation is going to tamper with the rest of the rest of the structure of it. So I believe that is the reason why we are having these type of issues in the nation at this point. And even when people came about trying to fix the foundation of the nation, nobody wanted to put out the effort to actually fix it, because many people came about to try and fix the foundation, both blacks and white. Martin Luther King, you have John F. Kennedy, who he was not necessarily against race, he wasn't for racism and all of those things. He wanted people to get equality in the nation, both black and white. You have Martin Luther King, who came about, who was fighting for that. You have Malcolm X, who was fighting for that. I have so many other people, even Marcus Garvey, that came from my country, Jamaica. They claim him to be a criminal because he was fighting for equality in the nation for so many years. So at the end of the day, there were many people who was fighting for the foundation of the nation to be right from the get-go, but people avoided that because of their own selfish motives. And as a result of it, I believe this is what is happening to the nation right now. It was only a matter of time.
I mean, I'll say this question, and Molly, you go ahead. But just think about it. We got the foundations cracked. So what do? You just lift up the entire structure and just restructure the foundation? Do we spackle it? I mean, of course, this is all analogy, but how? What needs to be done? How do you fix a foundation?
Well, there are many. I believe there are many ways to fix a foundation, but in order to fix the foundation, the willingness to fix the foundation has to be there. Because if the willingness is not there between all parties involved, the foundation is still going to be compromised. It's going to take, I believe, in order to fix the foundation, and probably the foundation is not even going to be fixed with this generation. I think it's probably going to be fixed with the generations to come. And as you can see with what is happening in the nation now, majority of the people out there are young people. There's so many thousands of young people, and between middle age, between 18 going up to probably 40, who is actually out there in the streets. Those are the majority of the people who are out there protesting. And as I was sharing with my neighbor the other day, is that the culture of America has gotten to a point where it is so cross, where you have white Americans who think that the black culture is so cool, and at the same time you have black Americans who think that the white culture is so cool. So I listen to Justin Bieber, I listen to Justin Timberlake, I listen to Toby Mac, and so many other white culture music that I admire and I love. And at the same time, across the board, again, when you look at it, you have white people who look up to Usher and love so many other black musicians out there now, that the culture is getting so crossed that the new generation of young people now don't find racism against each other to be cool, because some of their greatest friends are black people and some of the people that they look up to in music and in culture, they admire these people. So I believe the foundation is not going to be completely fixed with the past, but I believe it's the future generation that is going to actually take the initiative to actually fix this thing. A lot of us, as the older folks who are the most senior folks who are actually experienced this, can actually start helping to probably get some of the material that it's going to take in order to build a foundation. So that is what is happening now. Like the people who were ahead of this generation generation. What we have to start doing is getting the supplies, just like when you're building a house. Start getting the blocks, start getting the sand, start getting the different things that is needed to prepare the future generation to have the necessary tools now in order to move forward in building a better foundation for the nation. You understand what I'm saying? So I believe that is what now needs to be done. The people who were in the past who went through the racism, went through it in a greater way, we have to start getting the necessary tools that the younger generation will need, the supplies, get it together and have it for them there now in order for them to now fix the foundation moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think something that's really important to consider is what America is, right? Who represents America's population as a whole? It's people that, you know, either came here willingly or came here didn't, right? And there's two different groups from the very foundation of America. And the people that came here willingly left everything that they knew. They left everything that they knew in search of a better life. They were like, fuck this, I deserve more. I'm willing to say goodbye to everything I love and most likely die because I deserve more. And that's why a lot of people came to this country in the beginning. A lot of other people were forced, they were brought here on slave ships. Where I'm Irish. We came here because we were starving to get death in Ireland. That's how we ended up, my particular family ended up in America, right? So you already have to divide right there. When you look at even the original colonies and like Jamestown, like they were all dying. They weren't going to survive. And like one guy like had stolen tobacco seeds from another land. And that's how they were able to like save themselves. So, I mean, you know, when you talk about the foundation being cracked, like you couldn't get it anymore right. And it started from the very beginning. Like it started before, you know, slavery even existed. It started, you know, it's the very nature of America is, I mean, we have more entrepreneurs per capita than any other nation in the world. Like we are all kind of entitled, like, and we all feel that we deserve better. Not all, but like and that's kind of in our DNA as a nation. And it's like, we kind of have to understand that perspective, you know, to understand the entitlement there, you know. And so there's two different groups from the jump, like people who are, you know, entitled and then people who are dragged here unwillingly. And so it's just from the very beginning, it's uneven. Like you said, there's a crack in the foundation. And until I think we rewrite everything to be equitable for everybody that's here right now, which is a drastically different looking. I mean, we stole this land from Native Americans. Like the whole thing was, you know, it's like that movie when they like buy the house and they have the cemetery in their backyard. That's America. Like,
well, I mean, one of the ways, like, we agree, we are 100% agreement that it's the foundation. It's literally the initial system that's got the problems, that where all the problem stems from. And so I agree with you. Everything has to be scratched. One of the kickbacks we're getting from a lot of established organizations and city leaders is we didn't do it the right way, or we didn't file this, or we didn't file that. And like we're retaliating with like, actually we did. If you go and look at the paperwork, we submitted it. You guys just aren't responding, or you guys were just giving like a little nod, or maybe you just didn't take us serious. So we, as a collective, this organization that's like growing and forming, like we're doing it our way, because the system that's in place clearly doesn't work. And that's like our response to a lot of the older heads. They're literally coming at us like, well, you know, you got to change the system, but you know, you should have followed the rules. And we're like, no, the rules are instituted by the exact same system that we're saying is failing us. And it's more than just like the minority populations, like the African Americans, because that's what I was just talking to Zach. Like this community that's gathering and that's like collectively getting bigger and getting the awareness or the fear from city council is actually a direct representative of Wilmington really is. Like we have our elder community up here. We have our African American community up here. We have our Latinx community, but we've also got like the poor white actors that live down here because they can't afford to live somewhere else. We've also got the retired people whom their family did come in on the slave ships, whether they were the steering company or they were the ones in the belly of the boat. We have a literal mix of who's gathering up here, whether it's the small children, the silver held people, the veterans, the people who remember. One of my neighbors, she was here, she moved here when she was 13, and she remembers protesting up and down these same streets. And we made a safe space for her to come and gather and be able to protest, whereas she shouldn't have to. But she realizes that this is a different kind of protest. She feels like this movement has a different awareness. And our only reply is maybe it's because it's actually the community gathering and the community speaking. And it's a representation of the whole community, not just the colonizers coming in, not just the slave revolt. Actually, the young, the youth,
Okay. Hey, let me ask a question here. Since she went down, she's been a great local leader for the movement. Something that I'm kind of curious about, and I don't know if there's any real answer to this or not, is I feel like the movement on a bigger scale, and yes, we have it just as a nation. There's a leadership vacuum missing. You know, like you don't have the great leaders of the 60s and 70s. Obviously, they got killed. You know, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Huey Newton, you know, like all these people. Right now, I don't feel like there's a voice, like a figurehead voice right now with the movement. And do you think there's anybody that like is about to step up for that and kind of be the megaphone for the movement? Does that make sense? Or is that
a guy named Sean King? He seems to be the most outspoken of the Black Lives Matter movement. And I don't know. I mean, somebody can probably correct me on who's really spearheading that whole thing, but I think, you know, to your point, it's like we're having it's the same thing as the branding and like the defund the police and Black Lives Matter and how it's tough for people to swallow. Well, we're seeing we're not seeing the same razors, you know, we're lacking the same razor sharp, like pinpoint spearhead to person and messaging to really get to these people that won't get it. And then also, there's a lot of people that just refuse. And like Andrew Omari, I call him Omari, but it's Andrew right now. As he says, it's like, it's all about the younger people. And it's almost like, okay, lead, follow, or get out of the way. Like, sorry, older generation, but you're not doing anything for us. Unless you're on our side, then you're against us and you're on the wrong side. And I don't know how to, I hate to put it in black and white like that, but it's getting to be that way. It's really hard to talk to some people because they are the fact deniers, some of them. And you can't speak sense to people who will deny facts that are right in front of them. So.
Well, I think that there's a couple things that happened the last couple decades of people, and there's a lot of complacency in the system. People didn't show up to vote. Everything was going the way that their parents said it should, and so people just stopped going. And so, Sean, your question of who is that person, who is the spearhead? I don't think we know quite yet. I think that where there's a revolution happening now that is similar to decades ago in that finally the youth are mad enough to be speaking up. And, for a long time, I was the only one in my peer group who would show up to vote. And now that's, I don't think, the case. And the younger generation, the folks that are coming out of high school and college now, they're freaking mad. The complacency that has gone on. And then also, for the longest time, you kept your mouth shut when you were a child. You didn't speak unless you were spoken to. And that didn't matter really what color you were. And there were just certain things you don't talk about. You don't talk about religion and you don't talk about politics. Well, look where that got us. Here we are, because we haven't talked about it. And that all kind of goes in, that all melds together. But here we are because we've brushed stuff under the rug time and time again, and we haven't talked about it. And we just did what our parents told us to do because that's what you do. And here we are.
I remember my dad would tell me.
You guys hearing me? You guys hearing me still?
Yeah, Andrew.
I hear you, but your face is frozen. Here, let me.
But you see, one of the perfect example that was brought back to me, even during this time of what is taking place now, is almost like what is going on is almost like a reminder for me, like the children of Israel. You know, people know of that story in the Bible, the children of Israel. It's almost like there was a promise that was set before a people, but it's almost like there was certain instruction that was given to them and certain things that had to be brought to their attention, but as a result of their selfishness and their own rebelliousness, they did not actually get to, they were able to enjoy some aspects or some fruits of the promise, but they didn't really get the opportunity to enter into the fullness of the promise. And as a result of that, is their children were the ones who actually got to live the fullness of the promise. You understand? It's their children who got the opportunity to live out the promise in its entirety. Because one of the things when you study even the Bible and study where the children of Israel traveled, the journey that they traveled, God allowed them to travel the longer journey because there were certain things that he wanted to rid from them. There were certain seeds in them that they could not take into the promise. And as a result of that, he was trying to teach them certain things because there are certain things that they could not carry into the fullness of the promise. And what has happened to us, and I believe has happened to America over the years, is that there are certain things that were instilled in the nation and in the people in the nation from the inception, that even though we are experiencing some aspect of the promise, we cannot really enjoy the fullness of the promise. And it's as a result of certain seeds and certain things that was planted within us. And it's the children, you understand, it's our children is going to be the ones. That is why you see they're more outspoken now. You know, as my sister said not too long ago, she said you couldn't even speak without getting the opportunity to speak. Back in the day, if you open your mouth and you speak, you're passing a place. You don't have any authority to speak. But if you realize with this generation, they're very outspoken. They let you know how they feel. They're not afraid to express how they feel. They're not afraid to even tell the parents, this is how I feel, and I believe it is wrong. Even when we are growing up, even if there was something was wrong, the first thing was shut up, don't say anything. You understand that? So we kind of grew up in a culture like that where if you're a child, your voice cannot be heard. And that is why I believe when you see the streets now, that is why you're seeing so many of the younger generation, because they are more outspoken, they are more outgoing. It's almost, I'm careful to use the word rebellious. I don't want to necessarily use the words that they're necessarily rebellious, but they are more going for exactly what it is that they believe they should go for, and whatever they believe in their heart is right. They're not afraid to go for it. In the past, even though we knew that something was right, if we did not get the permission to address it, we could not. But now this generation, once they know that they are right, they are going for it. Just like when the shooting happened in Parkland at the school, the young people are the ones who led the way to try and get reform against the gun laws in the country. They were the ones who stepped up and did it. Because the older ones were saying, no, I need my gun, and I need, while the young people saying, but we are the ones who are dying at the hands of these guns. And they were the ones who went out, trying to get petitions signed, trying to reform the gun laws in the nation. And it's because this generation of young people, they are more free, they are more outspoken, and they're more aggressive in getting what they want to get done.
It's almost like they've been silenced and they're getting mad. Hey, Amar, see if you can go into a different room, because we heard everything you said and it was amazing, but I can't see you.
You can't see me?
No,
let me go out and try again.
We heard you, man. Trust me, we heard you. Does anybody want to respond to that? Yeah, have Zach unmute there you go, Lily. Have Zach unmute you, because there you go.
I would like to add on with that. I agree with the youth being I guess you could say the rollers of the ball, or the people keeping the ball rolling. I too would agree. It's because for so long we've been silenced, whether it's we were told our voice didn't necessarily matter, or in the times that we did speak up, maybe we weren't acknowledged, so to speak. So I would definitely agree that this movement and the momentum is solely going to be like powered by the youth. And it's because, like you guys stated, we're tired of the way things are. We're tired of our lives being at hand of policymakers, or we're tired of, like this gentleman said, like the gun toters, needing their guns. Well, we need our lives. And then this element, we're protesting like the police brutality and the systemic change. But also, what we are doing here, we're protesting the fact that the community continues to get overlooked. Their voices do not feel like they matter. And it's not even just on a voting level, because we do get people out to vote. And a lot of our community members have said that they've gone out and vote, but they just don't feel represented. We are on City Hall steps, and we have been here for 14 days now, literally just asking for our representatives to come down, not only meet us, but mingle with us and hear the pleas that we're asking. It's simple things. I mean, yes, systemic change is the greater whole, and we know that takes a while. But like I mentioned, just the community gardens and just a hyper awareness of community policing, where the police officers are part of the community. We're asking for simple things like that. And we have yet to be able to get meetings or sit downs with individuals. Or when we do have a meeting or a sit down, on like this past Friday, we were granted an audience with the DA. And for 2.5 hours, he mansplained the political system, which, excuse me, I'm very adept in it. And so is my right hand man. He's a poli-sci major. But also, he went on and told us that, we should buy his book and read it. And when we were asking about community programming and stuff that he had, he mentioned a $75 course that he offers over in Midtown that represents the community that's out here talking to him. But it just goes to highlight the inaccessibility and the unaffordability and the disconnect. We're telling him that we need him to come and be tangible. And his reply is, go take this class in the middle of the town. We're downtown. The bus system has been cut and edited and is unaffordable and not even very safe. And then on top of that, his response was, well, if they can't get to me, they can do the little online link. Half of these people don't have internet. So it just goes to emphasize the disconnect. Like, so yes, the youth will be leading it, because we are tired of the talking down. We are tired of the talking in circles. And I would say that I think it's a sense of fearlessness, but not because we're brave because we have to be. There's a hyper awareness of the potential danger we could get into. And I'm talking about the legal tech points, the physical aspect, because we did get gassed, we did get bombed. A couple of people ended up getting arrested. So they're aware of that, but they're more fearful of continuing into the future with the level of racism that's here, with the level of intentional oppression that we feel from a system that's not set to help us out. And like just honing it here in Wilmington, we're very, very concerned with the level of political sachet that's happening. Like our mayor has his hands directly tied to a lot of real estate components. And it makes sense why the city owns so many different buildings and why a lot of things aren't being built in the community to help the community, because everything's just going to build more condos. So learning that backstory, that knowledge makes sense. And things like that scare us more. Again, not out of fear, but out of anger. We're scared for them to continue in the seat that they've sat, because nothing's going to happen. So we're facing our fear, or using our fear to fuel the demands that we would like. And again, they're not unrealistic demands. We're asking for freaking community garden space so we can teach people how to live off the food and eat the food. The North Side is a food desert. That there's no attainable natural food that the North Side can get. We talked to the commission. Apparently there's like 7 community gardens in existence, and 3 of them are supposed to be located within a downtown proximity. And when I say downtown, I mean 10th and below. All 7 of them supposedly exist 23rd and below. Only one of them is actually up and running that can produce food that anyone knows about. And no one, including the higher named powers, knows who's exactly over them. So the lowercase leaders, we just petition just to give them to us. If nobody has responsibility for them, we're asking them to give them to us and give us the opportunity to educate the community on how to cultivate that land, how to grow off of it. But also, we want to put programs into place so that they can their food for later, so that they can store their food during hurricane season when they have no refrigerator. They can still go and eat their beans. Those are ways that we're trying to implement change, because you're right, the system is not set up to protect us. The system has never been set up to protect any level of marginalized community. But in Wilmington, with this specific racial divide, it sure as fuck ain't looking for us. So we're trying to look out for us. We're trying to fix the community itself, and we're trying to re-educate the community because they have the desire. They want to be self-sufficient. But this current seat of government, it's not in place to institute any level of self-sufficiency. Like, it's not.
That just puts an emphasis on the importance of voting. And Marjorie, maybe you can put that link up again, and we can get people to figure out the registration and stuff. But that's maddening to hear that somebody who represents the people just told the people, "I don't listen to you. You come listen to me. Oh, and buy my book and pay for my course."
Julia Bozeman actually was a huge representative that a lot of people got behind because she did represent LGBTs and she did represent the marginalized community, and she pushed for arts education supposedly. But she was actually on record in like one of her little public speaks to the world press release, excuse me. She went on record saying she doesn't know what's going on with the protest and what our demands are because she's a full-time mother and a lawyer and she hasn't been paying attention. We elected you, and your response is you have no idea what's going on because you're too busy. I'm sorry, Michelle, you can have it. I just was following up with that.
Well, actually, I just wanted to tell you where one of the gardens is and who runs it. There is a garden on Castle Street between 4th and 5th, and the people that run it are the Free Thinker Society.
And that is the only garden that anyone knows that's being taken care of. The other 6, no one knows anything about. That is the only one that Jonathan Barfield was like, yeah, that one on Castle. Have you been by? That one looks so good. And we're like, oh, we know that one. Where's the other 7?
Yeah, no, I agree. And if it means anything, several years ago, I and a friend of mine went to the town council and we argued because they've been sitting on funds for community parks in downtown for over 20 years. And we went and complained about it. And we fought them, and nothing. This is several years ago, and they still haven't done a darn thing. And we argued the point that they're sitting on the money. The money was supposed to create downtown space that we as people could come together. Because when I heard Andrew earlier, I think I kind of understood him a little bit. He was talking about his perspective of the country. I am the melting pot that you were talking about earlier. My mother's family came over on the Mayflower. My father's family were Russian Jews that fled when everything went crazy with the Cossacks and the Tsar. So my father's family chose to come here for freedom. My mother's family also chose to come here for freedom, but different reasons, hundreds of years apart. So I'm the daughter of a Jew and a Christian and a father who ran a fried chicken store. So I get really tired of the stereotypes because, honey, I was raised on fried chicken. Okay, I sound like the guy from Bubba Gump when I talk about the different ways I've eaten chicken. How he used to talk about the shrimp. I can name every way you can make a chicken, fried or not. But it's
I think that's really
irritating
interesting that
ignore this problem and to sit on money that was meant to make our community better, and they're sitting on it.
Well, I think it's really interesting that you bring that point up because when we brought it up, they didn't even tell us that there was money in existence for any of this. The DA just had this meeting on Friday. The DA said that, I'm assuming this money that you're referencing to, this communal green space, he said they're in planning of announcing or like groundbreaking between the courthouse and the city hall, which is the block between the Princess Street between 3rd and 4th, that block. He wants to make that the community garden space, is what he was saying, an open community space that the community can live off of. And he's like, what kind of things should we plant? And he invited me solely just to have the input since I'm part of the youth or whatever. And I was like, well, fuck that. I was like, the community, not even the youth, is saying that you need to put trees down here that the homeless can live off of. Actually, plant vegetables and things that can be a communal green space. Don't just put another fucking azalea bush. I could care less about the azaleas. Put stuff that's actually going to sustain a community if you're going to plant a community green space. And he was like, oh, that's an interesting idea. And I was like, no, that's what's needed. If you're going to revamp the downtown green area, you need to actually invest so that your community can live off of it. And when we asked him about the community garden idea, he didn't even say that there was money to manage it. We weren't even asking for that. We were just asking for the reins, for them to officially take the community gardens from the Blue Ribbon Commission and give them to the lowercase leaders. Because as of right now, they're clearly getting lost under the oversight of whoever the hell is not running them. And we have not only the manpower, the bodies, but the educational system, but we've got 2 community organizations that financially want to fund our garden space. So not only are we already coming with the money, the knowledge, the manpower, and the know-how, all we really need is just them to give it to us. We can't officially run in and take it because then we're stealing property.
That money that was earmarked for a public, like a public space, public park in downtown, was earmarked, from my understanding, in the 1980s.
So why the hell is it 2020 and there's nothing that exists? But we've got condos in the downtown north side that the people who live there can't afford. And I mean the white people and the black people. So it's not a gentrification of race. This is a sole gentrification of class. They are moving and building a demographic in here that cannot afford to live here. So they're intentionally pushing all the artists, all the local North Siders, and just the people who relocate here because they love Wilmington. They are pushing that demographic out. Like, who the hell are they bringing in here? Those condos start at 1,800. Start at 1,800. Who the hell is moving into these things?
It's a great question and a valid point. Unfortunately, it's not just Wilmington that suffers this. I'm one of the oldest people that's been part of this discussion. So I was actually alive during a lot of the protests in the 60s. Granted, I was a little young to participate, but there has been, and it's not just a gentrification, there has been this push of, we build these expensive condos, but we need you to work for us. We need you to paint our houses. We need you to do this. We need you to do that. But we want you on the other side of the tracks. It's insane to me. I mean, and I also want to bring up real quickly, because you had talked about community policing, which we need to get back. That's what I grew up on. The militarization and then the drug wars changed that. When I was a kid, there was a guy in a cop car that used to ride through the neighborhood, check things out. He'd see us hanging out outside the pool where we weren't supposed to be hanging out, and he'd stop by and he'd go, "Hey," and he knew almost all of us by name. It was just a quick shout out. We knew who we could turn to, and we knew that he was looking out for us, but he didn't,
because you knew who he was. You knew who he was. It doesn't matter about your race or your background. One of the things that we're asking, in addition to raise community policing, because I too grew up on it, like that there was a time that like the neighborhood knew the neighborhood cop. So not only do we want to bring that back, but we feel as though all the officers who are working in Wilmington need to go through a history of Wilmington. You can't protect people you don't know where they're coming from. So yes, go back to community policing in their sensitivity yearly training. Just add a history of Wilmington, because if you don't know this area, you can't protect this area. So it just blows my mind. My fiance sent me an article about a city that did the community police stuff. Out of their existing police officers, instead of defunding them like everyone's claiming, which we don't want, we want them to refund. We want them to reallocate their funds. But this city, instead of defunding them, stripped them out of everything, all of their gear that they had normally had, took everyone off the payroll, hired back 100 of their existing officers, the exact same ones that were there before, none of the ones that had the racial issues or no one that had like an earmark for like behavioral, but 100 of just regular officers, put them in the exact same neighborhoods that they were, but they were required to go and knock on every single door, physically meet every single person that they were protecting in their district, and crime dropped by 42%. They didn't reinvest any money. They didn't buy them new gear. All they did was make them go meet the people in the district that they were surveilling, and universally crime dropped by 42%. Because you just went and found out the people you were talking to. You got to know your neighbors, and your neighbors started to trust you because you put yourself in there. That goes back to towing the blue line. Officers have to be reminded that when they're not dressed, they are one of us. When they are dressed, they are there for us. At the end of the day, I don't care what your leader, your commander is. You are there for the people. That has got to be reinstilled in them. They have to be reminded of that, but they have to be encouraged to do that. Like, it's got to come from the higher ups. They have to take it back to just knocking on the door again.
I got to step out and walk my dog, but Sean, I'm going to let you moderate for a minute, and I'll observe from out there with my phone. But I wanted to bring this back to the defund the police, because that is that the message is not to defund and break up and abolish. I mean, the police force altogether. It is to reallocate the funds towards
and we're
community
only
programs.
asking them to reallocate $5 million. We're not even asking them to reallocate all of their money, and we didn't even tap into their absolute ridiculous like trunk fund. We just asked them to reallocate $5 million. We asked them to have mandatory therapeutic services for their officers 6 times out of a year. And if they can't do mandatory therapy services, then they should ride the desk. Like, they're not mentally suited to go and surveil a crowd if they're not getting regular check-ins. And then we asked them to put community investment, like put some money into the community investment programs. Like I said, we're asking to take over the gardens. We're not asking them to take it. We're actually asking to take stuff off of their plate. So no, we don't want to strip them. We know that they have a need. We just need them to basically do a rehabilitation checkup. We want them required to go to therapy to help take that stigma off. Like, they need to get their mental well-being checked. They go into some of the darkest places. How the hell are you mentally suited to go right back to work, you know, with a calm state of mind? And like I said, we want them to reinvest in community programming. Like, they need to have a more present force. They need to be approachable. They don't need to be behind riot gear. They need to be over there freaking passing out ice creams. Like, that's what we want, and that's what we're asking.
No, Lily, do you agree that no black child should wonder whether or not they should call the cops because they might get shot themselves?
I couldn't hear that question.
Yeah, repeat that.
Okay, it might be me. I know that as a child, you're taught to go to the police. As a black child, you've learned the police might actually be out to get you.
Yes.
And that's one of the points of community policing, so they can go to the cops if it's needed.
Yes. And so through our, again, protest platform as it's evolved, starting this Monday, we're going to have what we're calling story time from 8 to 12. We're breaking it up into 2-hour segments, so 8 to 10, 10 to 12, where we're having those hard conversations with the kids. We want to introduce them to the protest, like why we're protesting in the first place. We want to introduce them to the system as it should be, because, you know, schools aren't covering that completely, but also the system how it could be. We have a bunch of books that we've been reaching out to a lot of local authors and stuff to help have those hard conversations to discuss those different topics. But right now, I do not know a whole lot of black kids that trust calling 911. And that's not fair. They should be able to, but I feel them. I wouldn't call it either. I know telling my nephews calling 911 is literally the last thing that we have them do. We have a whole phone tree of people they call before they call the cops. And that sucks because my stepfather's a cop. So that not only do they know to respect them, but we still have a phone tree of who we call before they call the officers. So I'm hoping through this educational component, I can get to the point where we can reinstill faith for the minority community. Because Valerie, right now, I would not tell these kids to call the cops whatsoever. But I'm hoping that through the 8 to 12 engagement, we can get those conversations. Yeah. I'm extending asks to the officers. Do you guys feel comfortable? Would you guys come up here and talk from your side of point? Because they need you to show them that you are there for them. And right now I can say, yes, this officer is here for you. And literally in that same hand, he could say, but that officer hit my brother, and I can't denounce that. So I'm asking the officers who feel comfortable and who would want to speak on their behalf to come and talk to the children and answer those questions, because they should be able to trust them. But Valerie, right now, I am not telling these kids to call those officers. No, ma'am. I'm not. And I'm not going to until my faith is restored in them. And I've been touting that the Wilmington Police Department has been very, very beneficial. And they have been working with us from the beginning. But I still tell these officers, but that's There we go. Wow. So yes, Valerie, to get to that point, I do want to get where I can safely tell these kids that that's a good outlet. But right this second, no, ma'am, that's not what I'm teaching them. I am teaching them to be safe, and I'm teaching them to be aware, and I'm asking the parents to make sure that they have a phone tree in place. But through the 8 to 12 component over these next few weeks, I hope to reinstill a sort of communication I hope to begin to offer the olive branch for this community. But no, ma'am, right this second, that's not where I'm at, and that's not the faith that I have yet.
What is your name again, please?
I'm Lily. My name's Lily.
Lily?
Lily.
You're Lily.
I am Lily.
I have
Cut her
heard
hair.
about do you need more bodies downtown today?
Ma'am?
Do you need more bodies downtown? Because I could be
Today
there in 5
today we're okay. Today's our spiritual entity Sunday, so it's very relaxed, loosely guided. We had our Reiki gentleman out here earlier just getting us aligned. But Sundays are more of the wind down from the week. We have our signs. We usually play music that fits the mood. We have dinner every now and then, but this Sunday's pretty good. It's a very we try to keep our Sundays again low key and just more of the flow. But we do have a schedule of events. We're super freaking organized. Monday through Friday, 8 to 12 is our story time for the littles. Like I said, we're encouraging 12 and below and people who want to socially distance so they can come out, be part of the protest. But also we can use that opportunity to educate the little children. And then 12 to 4 is when we're asking like the more protest, like geared youth, the educational moment. We're having our speakers come out and talk to them on our different topics. 4 to 5, we serve dinner. 5 to 9:30, 9:45 is when we're just protesting again. The personal stories, why we're protesting, reminding them that systemic change is the goal. But along that, on Monday, our theme is Mentor Mondays. So we have different people from the community come out and speak about community matters and about, again, hammering and voting. Voting is super important. And I'm bringing this up because in the first 7 days, we registered over 300 voters in the 18 to 25 demographic. So voting is huge on our plate, and we're pushing the importance of them regaining their voice. On Tuesdays, it's Political Tuesday. So we're inviting current campaign people, past campaign people, people who are currently sitting in any elected seat, or even political science majors, people who know the political system, to come out on Tuesday. Wednesday is Women-Led Wednesday. For this month and next month, we're heavily discussing the Me Too topics. So survivors, rape counselors, sex traffickers. We're talking about all of that because it's super important in this community with the college kids and the tourists. Like, they go missing all the time and they don't know that. Thursday is a block party day because after all that heavy information, and if they're going to keep showing up 7 days a week, we have to remind them that in one day they get to celebrate. If the only thing they celebrate is the fact that they've found and built a brand new community, that is a moment for them to rejoice. Friday is our artist highlighted Friday. So all different types of artists. We have a couple people are signed up, some musicians, singers, dancers, poets. There's 3 girls that are actually going to lead a craft table one day, where it's literally just arts and crafts and showing them how to make things out of what you have. Saturday is our community leaders Saturday. This past Saturday and this coming Saturday, we're going to be hammering in hurricane preparedness because that's something that affects the community. We're asking them, what do they need? What do they not have? What did they need when Florence came through? So we can get things together. And we're using our donations to build hurricane preparedness bags. That's where the money is going. We've already started ordering mass supplies so we can get these families prepared. And then Sunday, like I said, is Spiritual Entity Sunday. So we have a couple of yoga masters. There is a lady from a Methodist church that wants to come and just lead guided prayer next week. Not trying to convert people, but just giving them an outlet to relax in their own way. In addition to that, we've worked with 2 different organizations to offer on-site counseling throughout the week so people can touch base with a counselor and get services that'll either be free or they can have continued help outside of just talking here. So those are the schedule of events and how we're trying to channel the dialogue. But every single day we're hammering between now and November ideas and topics that are pertinent to making sure they're fully informed to vote in November. Because the longer goal is voting, the longer end run is changing the elected officials. But right now we have a demographic that wants to know, has the voice to be legally held responsible to know, but there's such a disconnect. They're not getting the information. So we're getting the speakers out here. We're getting them. And right now that's our all call. We want people to come. We've got a Zoom platform set up. We've got a projection capability set up. So even if they can Zoom in, we just need them to commit to come and talk to our people. They have a desire for knowledge.
Right. I was down there Thursday night.
Thursday was our block party. Someone came and jumped in our inbox talking about, I'm all for a protest, but if everyone's gathering and just dancing, I don't see the point. And I made sure that I went live and I made sure that I professionally replied to them. Thursday, they need that. They need a day to block party. They need a day to hang out with their friends. There's no Azalea Festival. There's no cookouts. There's no 4th of July. There's none of these mass celebrations that they're so used to, but they're committing their time. So many of them from like 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. They're here every day. They deserve to celebrate just the small gains that we have. Even if it's just the fact that they made 3 new friends, they deserve to see that. And this past Thursday, there were 2 elder members from the community that were literally dancing with a little girl, a white little girl, like maybe 4 or 5 years old. And I only point that out because before that morning, they didn't know that little girl, but there they were just dancing away, doing the electric slide and bonding and growing. And that alone is worth fucking celebrating. So I politely told that person in our inbox, if you would come down and see the subject matter, if you would come down and just take 2 minutes out of your day to see what they're doing, you would see that this Thursday block party or this pointless dancing is actually exactly what this community needs. There was food out here. They ate dinner together. They danced together. And literally people who would never talk to each other are becoming family. So yeah, we're going to keep partying on Thursday because they fucking deserve a day to party.
Well, Lily,
everything is not a fist fight.
Not a fist fight, right? Like they're out here literally throwing it down together.
Well, Lily, you guys are doing it right. I'll tell you this. I have a friend who was grew up a very staunch Republican, and she kind of was naive about everything. And when all this come to light, she, was hurt by it all and felt for the Black community. And she came down and she said, I don't know what day she came down on. But she said you guys had out counselors for people just to deal with the trauma of everything that's happening, and she was like, it really opened my eyes to the fact that, like, it's a caring environment. Like this protest, this movement is caring. And I applaud you for everything you're doing with that. And I have one other question I want to ask. I have one other question I want you to ask about. I want to ask you about this.
Good job.
When you guys are going forth to the city and the community and the leaders, are you asking with the officers? Are you asking more vetting with people coming in, officers coming into the academy?
We're asking. We're for their general intake. We're not privy, obviously, to their hiring policy, but we did ask, like, when hiring people, obviously, as diverse as you can, that would be awesome, but not in the vetting process, because to my knowledge, my stepfather was a police officer, so I do know that you have to go through, like, your physical check. You do go through an initial mental check to become an officer. What we're asking is for continued mental check-ins. Right now, the mental check-ins are encouraged, and right now there is a therapist that is offered. What we're asking for is mandated therapeutic services, mandated checkups on their mental stability, because you can be in your right space and mind to become an officer, and in 6 months you could see the most horrific event that you've ever fathomed, or in 6 months you can see absolutely nothing. So what we're asking for is mandated therapies and mandated check-ins, because what they're doing initially to fill them is good. Like, they've got good officers out here and they pass that initial screening, but you got to keep following up with them, man. You got to check in with them, and you need to make it something that they are obligated to do. Because you can tell people, oh, you got to go get a physical and that's it, but you're not going to make them take their medicine. But if you make it mandatory for them to take therapy, if you don't take therapy, then you write a desk, and that means the officers who are actually about it, who want to be in the field, will do that. They will check up. But also, it means you as a chief or as a head of your department, you're going to have the ability to know when one of your officers are struggling. You're going to get that flag to know when one of your officers, might be a little wonky, or when something's out of the norm for him. You're going to have that ability to be proactive and save a situation before he turns into another little racist prick. He might have joined the force perfectly fine, but being forced to work in the north side that he has no knowledge about, and being forced to monitor projects day in and day out, he might unintentionally start treating people just like a target. But you would be able to catch that if you had proper updates. That's all we're asking, is just stay on top of the people you bring in. They need help just as much as we need help. We're not anti-officers. We just think that the officers don't have enough support. from our communications with them on the field, talking to Wilmington DP, our demands came from having communications with them. They don't think that they're fully supported. And also, it's the biggest gang in America. They're not encouraged to tell on each other. They're not encouraged to turn someone in when they have fears. They're not encouraged to snitch their worries. And we think that's bullshit. We think that's not fair. If you are afraid for one of your partners, if you think one of your partners is off balance, we think that they should be encouraged to tell that, because they are saving so many more people than just their partner. And that's what we're demanding.
Well, and the reason I asked about. Go ahead, Michelle.
Oh, no, I was just going to make one statement. There's one cultural issue with therapy. A lot of officers are former military, and they are penalized if they go to therapy. They often can't move up the band. So since a lot of them move into policing, there's going to be some fights to change the culture and idea
Exactly.
that therapy
and that's why we think they should be the first ones. We think it should be mandated for them so it can help release the stigma. I grew up in a military family, and like I said, my stepfather was a police officer. So I know it's ingrained stigma, but it's in those kind of societies. If they make it normal, so many more people will be apt to get therapy. And no, it's not going to be like a whole wave, but if some of our key leaders start admitting that they need therapy, or that they're taking therapy just to help keep them a balanced individual, I feel like universally the wave will ripple into like other communities. Like I said, I'm bringing therapists out here just because I know that these individuals being involved in a riot or in a protest are going to be generationally changed. Their DNA is going to be shot. So I just want them to have like services available to process this. This isn't even a tip of the iceberg of what people are dealing with at home, not even including our law enforcers. So if I think these people need help, I sure as fuck think our officers need help. And if they make it mandatory, then maybe society will break that stigma. Because I think the military should have like therapy too. I know, I've been raised in this shit. I think they all need help.
Right.
I agree. You see that kind of stuff, you're gonna need help, and to act like you don't is just asinine. So thank you, Lily, for everything. And is there information that we can direct people to that's like these are a concrete list of not demands but requests that we want from our police, and not in a defund the police kind of scenario, but here's our reallocation of funds. These funds go here. Yes. We want this community program. We want this community program.
Yes.
So that's
if you follow us on our Facebook page, it's the lowercase leaders. We actually have a list of compiled requests that we came up. We're going to pitch them at City Hall, the City Council meeting this Tuesday. So I will be speaking in addition to a couple of my friends. But yes, sir, on our social media, we do have our simplified list. It's just 7 lists of demands, I think they're referring to it as. But it does break down where we want that money to go, and it does specifically state the $5 million. We're just requesting them to allocate $5 million. That's it.
Lowercase. Is there a website or?
We are in the process of building our separate webpage.
Okay.
But we do have Instagram. We have Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, I think, all the little social facets. But we're in the process of building our own page as well. So we'll just be like a floating page.
What's the handle again? Instagram, Facebook?
Lowercase leaders, LOWERCASE, leaders, LEADERS, just lowercase leaders.
Lowercase leaders. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And up there we have our donation link. We do have a Venmo, like I said, all the supplies. The donations we're getting currently, we're allocating funds to build the hurricane preparedness boxes. This past week and a half, all the funds were actually going to set aside for bail money. And unfortunately, we did have to bail about 6 people out with it. So thank you for all those bail donations. They did get our people out, and we were able to have a lawyer on retainer to deal with all of these. So again, all the donations previously had been allocated for that. But as it's growing, we're now focusing on hurricane preparedness. So right now, whatever funds do get donated, it's going to get hurricane ready boxes because a lot of our community doesn't have them. And then the boxes that FEMA drops off, we've experienced are completely unstuffed, especially for a family to survive off of.
Thank you, Lily. I don't know if you're busy, but you can stick with us if you want.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to step out real quick and go.
Hey, I got to go myself. Yeah. My kids are here.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Lily. Thank everyone. It's been great. I'm teaching my kids, I hate this, that you don't see color. I think you should see color. but I think you should celebrate we should celebrate our differences. It makes us stronger.
Exactly.
And stop hating, and love you guys.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for helping me put this together. I'm going to stick around and we can keep talking.
I'm going to pass
Lily,
it back to Zach. Thank you guys for letting me to chat with
yeah,
you.
no, we want to have you back. I'm going to do this again.
Lily,
Talk
keep
some
up the
more.
great job, Lily.
Yeah, anytime, Zach, just like flag him down.
Coming to me, you.
Okay. Yeah, we'll flag him down.
Good fight, gang. Love to all. Okay.
All right, Sean. Thank you, buddy. I'll be
Bye-bye.
here if you want to come back on. I don't know how much longer, but we'll see how it goes. Later, man. All right. Let's see. Hey.
Can you guys hear me? Can you
Yeah.
guys hear me?
Letitia.
Hey Troy, how are you? How's everyone?
How are you?
So I'm good. I'm good. I wanted to jump in. I was sitting down and I was hearing Omari on it, and I wanted to jump in because so many things that Lily said that was so true and it was so profound. I felt like I wanted to jump in, and I feel like defunding the police is nonsense. That's what I feel. I feel like it's not going to change anything. I think what's needed is accountability. I think that's what's needed. That's the most, I think accountability is what's really needed. And I believe that's what's needed in our government as well. In our police, I feel like we need government reform and we need policing reform. I feel like there's no accountability that happens when things are done wrong. When police officers are killing unarmed people, whether you're black, white, Chinese, or whatever you are, there's really not any accountability that's being taken place. You know, whether it's in the community that the police department, they're not taking accountability for when things like that are happening, the police officers are walking free, or if it's in our government system where, once again, there's no accountability and the police are walking free, or you have a partner that's not holding you accountable for things that you're doing that is against the law. I think a lot of police officers feel as if they're above the law because they are police officers. And I feel like that's what we need. We need accountability. So I feel like defunding the police department is not really what's necessary at this point. It breaks my heart to know that there are young children that are fearful to call 911 because their perception of what police officers do or what they're about is just so tainted because of everything that's going on. When truly they're not all bad police officers. We do have some good police officers who do uphold the law and do things the right way. You know, it's unfortunate that they say, you know, one bad apple spoils the whole bunch. But I think that education is needed. Education is so needed for us to move further. Education is needed to let, you know, young people know that, you know, it's not all police officers that are bad. But I feel like defunding the police department is really not going to get us to where we need to be. I feel like accountability is what's needed. Also in our government, I feel like at this point, we need government reform. I feel like there are so many people that are serving for so many years. They've been there for so long, you know, and I feel like they're probably doing the same things that they've been doing 20, 30 years ago. Like, I'm originally from New York City, and Chuck Schumer has been out in our Senate for like years. I think it's probably been like maybe 30 years or something like that. He's been serving on our Senate. And I feel like at this point, we need to like ship out some people and like bring some new people in with a new mindset, you know. And I'm really happy about the young people, how they're stepping up and letting their voice be heard that, listen, we know it's right and this is what we're going to do. We're going to take it from here. But I also believe that if we're not seeing accountability, even in our judiciary system where police officers are shooting unarmed people and getting away and not being charged, like, that's something that is just absurd to me. You know, I saw a video the other day that somebody posted on Facebook where a guy and a girl, and they were white people. I guess somebody called the police and told them that the guy had like this gun or whatever. The police comes in and the guy and the girl is walking and he's just like, get on the ground, get on the ground. The guy gets on the ground, he's on the ground and he's like, listen, if you move, I'm gonna shoot you. If you move, and the guy's like, okay. He tells him to go on the ground. Then he's like, I want you to crawl to me. And the guy is like, it was like such a mind game. The guy is like crawling to him. Then he's just like, I don't want you to do this. And then he just like loaded shots, like shot him up. And I'm just like, this is insane. Like, this is so inhumane. Like, how this doesn't make sense. And at that point, I feel like this police officer has some psychological problems. At this point, I felt like that, like he needs to see a therapist at this point, because there's no way that this is okay. You know, there's no way that this is and the man was unarmed, already on the ground, lying. And I'm just like, at this point, we need a government reform, we need police reform, and we need to start holding people accountable. We need to start holding police accountable, and we need to start holding police departments accountable. If police officers are getting continuous issues and it's written up and you're seeing them and you're getting their files and you see that you have repeated incidents, I believe that the police department needs to start looking into people like that. And they need to start saying, okay, I need to give you maybe 3 months, you know, in an office so we can have you see a psychologist, so we can have you talk to someone, because you've had like X amount of write-ups and something is really wrong. So I think that that's really important. But as far as defunding the police, I just don't feel like that's really going to get us anywhere. I think accountability is like what needs to happen. Accountability.
We take away their military-grade weapons and then put that into their education. Like in other countries, they're having cops. They got to be trained for 2 to 3 years, and ours is like the 21-week program. And not only that, but they, from what I understand, mental illness is not a deal breaker for our justice, for our policemen. You can have a certain mental illness and be a police officer. I'm not sure exactly what is the non-qualifier, but that's what I've heard. And then the last thing, and then I'll let you talk, Michelle. That guy who shot the guy you're talking about that crawled on the floor.
Yeah.
The cop that did that, he killed the guy. Yeah, he killed him. On his gun was written the words "You're fucked."
What?
And I think, and I might be wrong about this, I'm pretty sure he still has a job and was never charged.
Yeah, he was not convicted. He wasn't convicted.
So obviously there's something wrong with that guy. There was some sort of premeditation, and that's the type of people that are patrolling our streets. And okay, Michelle, go ahead.
And if I may say to her point, I guess, are you Andrew's wife, sister? I'm not sure.
I'm his wife.
Wife. You make some incredibly valid points. One of the issues that we're facing is that a number of years ago, I believe it was the Senate, passed an immunity law. One of the reasons why these officers are not being convicted, instead of holding them to a higher standard of the law, they're actually being held to a lower standard of the law. Wow. They have immunity for the crimes they commit.
Wow.
And until we get enough cases on the books that create precedent and statute, or we completely strike down immunity for police officers on the job, this can continue even if we defund departments and rebuild them, because they're being given immunity prosecution.
Yeah.
So they can go kill want. Everyone can fuss. They resign. They move to a new police station. They do it all over again. Like the guy that was on George Floyd's neck had 18 complaints against him. He used to work with George Floyd. They worked together. He had a personal beef from the get-go, and he knew he could get away with it at that time. Now he's not going to get away with it, but wait for the court case to play out, because what happens if they bring immunity into it? You want to see riots go down then? I'm going to tell you, there's going to be a lot of us right in the middle of the streets if that officer is not convicted and they use the immunity law to protect him.
But Michelle,
that immunity, technically right now, police officers are held to a lower standard than your average citizen.
That's terrible.
Michelle, I think one of the things is too, that if that officer or former officer is found not guilty, there will be several Black people who will not be surprised, because it happens over and over and over again. Yeah. So the surprise factor, I mean, let's talk about the cop that shot the man in the back in Charleston. Yeah. He resisted arrest. And they had that narrative for over 2 days. And until people saw that video, and they're like, well, holy shit. He shot that man in the back. And then we as Black people are like, we've been telling you this shit for years. We don't. We get you're resisting arrest
against your community.
So
Cops can fear for their lives and have knee-jerk reactions, while Black people have to remain calm.
You're breaking up.
Collected. Watch your tone. I gotta feel for my life. You know,
That
I had
up some.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'll give Jesse a chance to talk. Welcome, man. How you doing? I see you commenting, so I'm glad you jumped in.
Thanks. I went for how before I kept tapping the screen.
So give us your thoughts, man. What you got?
I'm sorry. Yeah. So I'm curious about what if there was a national standard of investigation on any deaths that were police related. So just across the board, not interstate, just, you know, having an investigation group that would be an outside source to look into it.
Like a federal source, like a federal database.
Like, yeah, it seems like a lot of these cases are like.
We have to stop the orange one from firing everybody that's in charge of making sure that everyone does things right. Then.
Yeah.
He's a big roadblock federally. Yeah.
Michelle, who is the orange one?
The orange one.
So, but I mean,
Michelle, who's the orange one?
Yeah.
The man who shall not be named.
I refuse to say his name. It's like giving the devil power. No.
I have no idea what's about to happen.
Sorry. I've done everything to avoid saying that man's name out loud for the last 3 point.
Oh, okay. Okay, Troy. Now I get what you said. Okay. All right. The orange one. Okay.
Do not own him. Okay.
This is a look at you. Thank you, Blair. My girlfriend Blair gave me that. She knows me very well. But you know what? I almost don't even want to use this shit. But you know, situations get dire. We are in a pandemic, so and this all against the backdrop of a pandemic. Can you believe that it's just crazy times that we're in. But Jesse, hey, while I got you here, man, let's just talk, because I have a prompt that I've been giving everybody. I had more questions, but usually this is all it takes to get it going. What do you feel when you see the American flag?
All right, so that's a tough one with me, right? I see the American flag has withstood the test of time, and it has it's been waved since its conception under different leaderships. But what I see is it's always being repaired or mended. I'm saying metaphorically, right? Like this discussion we're having today, hopefully more people move forward in a promising way, and we can be proud of, you know, us as a unity, as a country. So to me, it's important to stand united and not against each other. And you know, one of the things my kids will constantly tell you is I'm always telling them, you can't hear when your lips are moving. And a lot of people right now are voicing their opinion, they're throwing out their opinion, and they want everyone to hear where they stand, but they're not listening to people around them trying to, you know, vent or let off their frustrations. And until we legitimately pay attention to known problems, things that we know have no leg to stand on, then, you know, we're just going to ignore them, and it's going to, you know, repeat the same fashion. This isn't the first time I up in conversation, or there's been police brutality or no accountability. It's a recycle, and some people feel like the monuments are, you know, a conversation to steer us away from other topics that need to be addressed, but they all need to be addressed. And when we know that we have a problem, like right now, we spend money to maintain monuments downtown that have no correlation to a positive country, right? I get that they had significance to somebody, but they don't have significance to this country as a positive, you know, example of, you know, integrity. You can't look at a statue of Jefferson Davis, and I keep using him because he was the president of the Confederate States that tried to rise against. It was an
illegitimate president. Illegitimate.
Yeah, exactly. And yet there's a statue in our country or statues, right, that exist. And we build statues of people we honor, not people that, tried to tear down civilization. And those things need to stop. They all need to stop.
Yeah. No, they're definitely they're pillars to white supremacy. The history behind them is very easy. You can find it. No, I found the history on the guy. I think his name's George Davis, downtown Wilmington. He was the Attorney General to the Confederate States of America. Done. Got it. Yeah. He was a Confederate. Like his name is in the books, I'm sure. What the fuck does he need a monument for? All right, we'll find his family. Do they have a problem with us taking his statue down? Maybe they can have it in their house. Maybe they can put it in a museum. There's a whole contingent. There's a whole half, at least, or more of our community that it finds that statue offensive. And if anybody's still fighting for this statue, what exactly are you fighting for? Are you fighting for history? History exists in other places than monuments.
Yeah, I don't understand why people think that taking these monuments down is going to erase history or change history. You can't change it. It's there. It's the perception and what's taught and what's not taught. And, these monuments coming down, it's a really interesting thing. And then I'm going to bring a little perspective in from Colorado. I actually just learned today that Denver's mayor back in the 40s was a huge proponent of the KKK. And he brought all these people into power within the police force that were strong KKK members. And the airport was named after him. And there's a whole area out near the new airport, Stapleton, that's named after him. And actually they're about to change the name of the neighborhood. So, I went to school in Richmond, Virginia Commonwealth. And I know that, Monument Avenue is like a huge thing there. Those monuments are coming down. Troy, Hugh McCrae Park, the naming of that state. It's again, we haven't talked about all these things, so we didn't know about them. Now we know.
Something for you, Marjorie.
What's that?
I know. All right, fellow Tar Heel fan, right?
Graduate.
Kenan Stadium. Do you know the significance behind Kenan Stadium, and not only there in UNC, but at Chapel Hill, but also here in Wilmington?
I don't know.
I can't remember his exact name. I think it was William Rand Kenan Sr. He commanded the paramilitary force that massacred hundreds of black people here in Wilmington during the Wilmington race riots. He owned the gun, the Colt 45 revolving machine gun that mowed down scores. And these are the people. This brings a whole nother subject into it because there's a bigoted professor working there at UNCW right now, and there's a movement to have him removed. And then we start looking at the history of it, and we see, oh my God, this is deep rooted. This comes from very, very long ago donors.
Yes,
that
I agree with you, Troy, and that is why from the beginning of the conversation, that is why I said that the foundation of the nation was wrong in the first place. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing even with Jamaica. We grew up in Jamaica hearing that Christopher Columbus discovered Jamaica. Christopher Columbus discovered Jamaica, and how Christopher Columbus, we were taught that we should look at Christopher Columbus to be this great good guy. That is how we were taught to look at it. But growing up and start understanding what Christopher Columbus was about and exactly what he did, we said this man is not a man to celebrate based on what he did. It's the same thing in the Bahamas. The Bahamas used to celebrate Christopher Columbus as a hero. And they used to, and they marched. They marched in the Bahamas when they found out what this man was about. They marched in the Bahamas to get rid of this man's name and his legacy out of the country. And it's the same thing here within the US. What is taught about what Christopher Columbus is about, it is wrong. It is all wrong. He came, he plundered people, raped women, took over the land. That is how even Thanksgiving came about. It's a celebration of conquering another land, killing the people, plundering the people, and celebrating victory over a people by stealing, robbing, killing, plundering. And as a result of that, the foundation of the nation is embedded in the things that are wrong. And as a result of that, that is what it's almost like they always say, what you sow is what you reap. So you cannot want to sow the negatives and then expect to reap all the glory of the positives. You understand? Life does not work like that. Life, everything about life is about sowing and reaping, is about giving and receiving. Everything in life in its entirety is around that one simple thing of sowing and reaping. In order for you to take the next breath, you have to give up the one that you have in order to get your next breath. If you don't give up the one you have, you cannot receive the other breath that you need to take. So it's the same thing. The thing that you sow is the very thing that you're going to reap. So you cannot expect to sow in racism and division and treating a race less than another, taking them as people, as slaves, and working them to build a nation, to do all of these different things, and then expect that you're not going to reap a certain result. It's going to happen. It's the same thing in Africa. They tearing down statues of people who came into Africa in the people's land, kill them, take away their natural resources, and then you expect, why is it that a statue need to be in Africa of somebody who came to enslave the people? It is just all wrong. The foundation of it all and the motive behind it all was wrong from the inception. And as a result of that, that is why it is now causing the effects that is happening right now in the nation of America.
What's funny is I read this morning that, of course, when Americans were revolting against the British, we tore down a statue of King George.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We all know who won the Revolutionary War, do we not?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What history did we erase by tearing that statue down? The history that we hated and that had no place in our country. We had it right there. I think people are failing to see the significance of tearing down these Confederate statues. But I've only begun to familiarize myself with some new, like, Black artists, songwriters, poets, writers, and stuff. James Baldwin said, and I just read it this morning, people can cry much easier than they can change. We got a lot of people crying. Nobody can change.
Right.
They don't call this shit growing comforts. They call it growing pains. We got some growing to do.
Yeah.
And it's going to be painful.
Not just growing, but getting involved. It's
to learn. We have to get involved to learn, and learning is growing. We have to unlearn.
Yes, that's
Jane
it.
Elliott. I just started watching some Jane Elliott videos, and her way of breaking down what we've learned is mind blowing. And she does this experiment with blue and green-eyed kids, and they're like, the blue-eyed kids today are better than green-eyed kids. And then the green-eyed kids are so hurt by it, and they don't understand it. And then the next day she switches it. Green-eyed kids are better than blue-eyed kids. And then they're like, no, but we're better. And the blue-eyed kids, well, we're better than them. I thought we were better. No, you're not. Not anymore. I just said so. So it totally shows you how easily this stuff can be learned and unlearned, and how it's just it's a matter of what somebody's telling you and the group that you're with. Oh, you feel important? You're with this group? Yep. And that means I can do whatever I want to this group or think how I want about this group. that's a little bit of my rant. Anybody else got something to say? Please feel free.
Hey, Troy, will you put me backstage for a little bit? I'm gonna take a break real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'll come back, and I think Lily wants to come back. How long do you plan on staying on?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to start cooking dinner at some point, but
right.
I'm happy to stay on for a little bit longer.
So, what are you going to be cooking? Some jerk chicken?
I will cook. No, I don't have the right stuff for jerk chicken, but I am doing chicken tonight.
Okay, I'll teach you how to cook some good island jerk chicken.
That's what I mean. I want the Jamaican recipe. Yeah, you let me know. All right, Zach, I'm gonna let you go, man. You dip out whenever. Jesse, you're still here with us. Marjorie, if you want to post again the link to vote, obviously I think it's important.
Yeah,
for people
and I invited anybody who wants the high definition, high res version of my QR code. I can PM it to you, and please print it, put it anywhere. Like, it's super easy, do it yourself portal, and yeah, so message me if you want it, and I'll send it over to you, because for whatever reason I can't share it in the comments.
Yeah, I wasn't able to do that either. We'll
if you want me to, I could screen share it so that people can screenshot it. But I mean,
yeah, good. I can do that. Here we go. You're a genius, Marjorie. Here we go.
Doubt that. Nah.
Scan that.
That's pushing it.
Scan that right there.
Yeah.
Pull out your phone, take a picture of it, scan it, all those things. It's share it far and wide, put it on your Insta story, put it on your Facebook page, whatever. That will absolutely take people, and even just knowledge about like what's going on. You can find out. I mean, Headcount's just a nonpartisan portal for everything you need. So.
And so again, to anybody that wasn't listening earlier, this code will tell you if you are registered or not. Like you were saying, if you failed to vote for a few years, you might not be registered anymore. You could be registered in the wrong place. Scan this code and you'll find out if you're good to go. So, because we need you to vote. Everybody's got to vote.
And if you talk to people who think that they're registered to vote, and ask them, say, did you vote in the last election? If they say no, they need to check, because every county, every state is different on voter registration purging rules. The rules aren't clear. There's a lot of oppression with voter rights in this, and that's one of the things that people just don't know, is that they've been removed from their registry, and they just don't even know, and they show up and can't vote. Every state is different as to whether you can register at the polls or not. And so this is just a great way. All 50 states are covered here. You can go and so share this with everybody get the word out, because we have to vote.
Yeah, and I remember one instance where I tried to vote, and I ended up at the wrong polling station. The people told me, just go ahead and fill out this absentee ballot. It was the 2004 election, I think. And nothing made me more angry than a month later when I got a letter that told me that my vote didn't count.
Yeah.
And they assured me that, you're good to do an absentee. You don't have to go to this other polling station. Now, fuck that. Go to the right polling station. If you can do early voting, do early voting.
Yep.
It pushed for voting by mail. We're in a pandemic, Don't make these old people or anybody with underlying conditions go vote and stand in lines. It's ridiculous. And don't make anybody go vote that doesn't feel like they want to be compromising their health.
Yeah.
My mother has stage 4 cancer.
What's that?
My mother has stage 4 cancer.
My mother has MS. I don't want anybody going in any close contact. I want my sister keeps my mother. I want her and her whole family voting by mail. And I want my mother voting by mail. I don't want.
They're in Colorado now, right? They can vote by mail.
They're in Castle Rock,
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's incredibly, it's crazy hearing about the folks in Georgia, the election just now in Georgia, all the you know, minorities who were not able to get to the polls, you know, in the districts that are predominantly Black, where those polling stations just were not even open, people waiting in line overnight just to vote, and vote by mail can totally eliminate that. It can get rid of that entirely, you know, and we've been doing it in Colorado for a long time. Oregon's been voting by mail, and just the percentage of people who actually get it done, it's pretty amazing. Plus, just having it in front of you. I mean, those of us who do our research, yeah, we look at it. When I lived in North Carolina, I looked at it ahead of time. I was ready to go when I went to the polling station, but not everybody does that. So just the having it in my house 2 to 3 weeks beforehand is a really nice thing, because I feel like I have a lot of more opportunity to do research. But yeah, vote by mail. And anybody like headcount.org, guys, y'all can find all kinds of registration information, period. Any of you that may have links to high schools or maybe teachers or no teachers, we have a platform to be able to get into the high schools so that we can make sure that juniors and seniors are registered. You know, we have the Cannabis Voter Project, where you can take a look at where your legislators are standing on cannabis, which is a whole nother race involved thing. And, you know, there's just a lot of great stuff. So if you guys haven't heard of headcount.org, please check us out. We're just out there trying to make sure everyone is registered, period.
And while we're talking about registering to vote and stuff, I'm a little bit ignorant on the census and the importance of filling out a census.
Yeah.
So you probably know more about that than me. Maybe
yeah. We actually partnered with the U.S. Census this year. Headcount did, and it was going to be a really cool collaboration at a bunch of concerts and on a few tours that we were doing. And so that's kind of, we're missing out on that. But the census is really important, guys. I mean, it helps. We've mentioned the Electoral College earlier. It helps determine, you know, how funds are distributed district-wise, state-wise. You know, there's a lot of old wives' tales or whatever about, you know, the census not really counting for anything, but it's really not true. It's the full on how we know to allocate funds across the board, and so it's incredibly important to get done. You can do it online. Facebook or Headcount has a link. Facebook has even been featuring it. So I think it's due pretty soon. I don't know the deadline, but
tell me if there is a connection, because I'm just kind of speculating. The correlation between filling a census and knowing who's who and where's where and who's where with gerrymandered voting districts. Is there some kind of connection there, knowing who's where? And I mean, is there any power in having us fill out a census? Does that give us more power to fight that, or is that just something they use just to know more about us? Like,
you know, it's how you can fight gerrymandering, because you know exactly what is where and how the allocation, so you can kind of take it for checks and balances.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it goes back to Andrew's, like, where the foundation is. Like, it's like, you know, it just depends on who's using it and for what good. And, you know, if the foundation is right, then it's being used right. I don't know. I'm not educated enough to speak on it too much. I was about to do some training on the census right before the whole thing shut down, because we had partnered with them for Sturgill Simpson's tour, actually. And that was actually supposed to be in Denver right before the COVID shut down. So I'm not as educated on it as I should be, but I do know that it's incredibly important in funding.
Yeah.
The funding part of it is a huge part of it.
Well, we're talking a lot about funding and community funding. And if we were to say, you know, we're not we'll reallocate the police funding, we're not defunding, we're reallocating. where some of these dollars could go. So that's where I think the census would come into important stuff. Hey, Michelle, if you're still watching, and give us Lily's information, and she just commented, but if you can comment the information for Lily in lowercase, then maybe we can link up with her again. Oh, there she is. Michelle's coming in. There you are. Hey. All right.
What did I miss?
Oh, everything.
I ran down.
We just changed the world. I was wondering if in the comments, you said you found Lily. If you could put the information for her and her organization in the comments, the lowercase.
I gave her my card. She had so many people around her that.
Oh, you were down there.
I only got a moment with her. I ran down there real fast, gave her my cards, and said, "If you ever need an old lady white prop, holler. I'm there."
Hold the line. You're going to be on the front line soon when you know it.
I'll go down with my on my arm and my brace on my leg, and I'll wear an old lady outfit and try to show my age. And I'll stand right in the front line and let's see them try to fire at me, because that's something that's been going on.
Get your head cracked open. Don't
No, I'll wear my helmet.
Wear a helmet. Wear a helmet, because we've seen what the cops do to old people. They don't have any discrimination, obviously, when it comes to age. Only age do they have discrimination.
Yeah, I carried my swimmer's goggles down the last time I went, just in case there was tear gas, because I used to teach swimming, so I have tons of pairs of swimmer's goggles. So I had them in my pocket just in case. I was ready. I was like, go ahead, because the one that went south, I was down at that one, but I'd been working all day. Ran down there, spent about an hour or so trying to have some meaningful conversations, and then being the old lady, my body couldn't take it. I came home, and then I start watching the live streams, and I see people kneeling, cops kneeling, and the cops on the other block throwing tear gas, and I was like,
yeah, that was something else. I was watching those live streams too. Is it Evan Pye? You watch his? Because he's downtown a bunch, and then Zach, who was just on with us. That's who got me out, actually, because I just saw him live at a protest, and I was like, oh, shit, I'm going. And I was just going to go and honk and drive by, and I had my dog, and I ended up like, oh, I found a parking spot, so I got out, and yeah, we went out there for, an hour and chanted, and that's kind of the good thing about these live feeds, is that it gets people involved and kind of motivated. Oh, this is happening now. This is change in action in a little bit, but
people think the protests are over, a lot of them, because they're not hearing about the fires and stuff, and I find it very confusing, because now that there are no outside, most of that was outside agitators. Now that most of the outside agitators aren't there, they're very peaceful, and people don't even realize they're going on. When I was there on Thursday night, I was standing on the front line, and all of a sudden these three older white men just sort of pulled up, got out of their car, and two of them were flanking another one who was taking pictures of us all. So I just turned and started taking pictures of them. Well, then they walked across the street, and I started taking pictures, and one guy even pointed, she's taking a picture of us, and I kind of waved like, yes, I am. And I looked at the woman with telephoto lens, and I said, because I only had my phone in my hand, I said, do me a favor, get some close-ups, just gut instinct. And it was funny, because right after she took a couple of close-ups of them, they left.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny, yeah. The agitators, it's an interesting group, because I'm hearing more and more it's the Boogaloo Boys, which there is a chapter in Hampstead, which is near Wilmington, and they have an interesting approach, because they are anti-police as well. But they are more than anything, I think they are anti-government. So they're just trying to break up the system altogether. So these people we need to really watch out for. They are, to me, I think, like the right-wing version of Antifa, which Antifa is technically not even an organization. Yeah, and I have a hard time believing that there's extreme left-wing protesters out there who are spurning or putting a thorn in this whole movement. It doesn't seem plausible to me.
Twitter shut down a white supremacy group that was running a fake Antifa page.
Yeah.
They're the ones that started the protesters were going to go into the neighborhoods and take what was theirs.
Yeah.
It was a white supremacy.
Yeah.
They are now,
this is being disseminated by the government. Bill Barr, Trump, they're saying it's Antifa. Trump's got an ad out that says, I'm going to fight Antifa. It's like, what? You're going to fight anti-fascism? What are you talking about?
It's the most recent
really sad.
report proved that there was no Antifa involvement. They couldn't find Antifa involvement. The Department of Justice couldn't find Antifa involvement, but they did find the Bugaloos. They did find the white supremacists. They did find antagonists, and even at our protest, our own Sheriff McMahon stated in the Star News, the majority of the arrests were people who were not from our community.
Yeah,
they were outsiders.
No, I saw it. Brian Moss had a live feed going that was showing that some people that were not from around here throwing Molotov cocktails. Like that's, and then you have other people that are like, "What are you doing? Like this needs to be peaceful. Why are you doing this?" And two guys are just from out of nowhere, like, "Well, let's fuck shit up." And I think for the most part they got extracted and it didn't escalate too far. But now it's kind of like everybody's onto them. Everybody's onto them, so they're having a hard time infiltrating. I think these peaceful protests, which I think is beautiful, and they can't silence these voices. Yes, so
yeah. Hey, something you said.
And we must. Right. Go ahead.
Sorry, Andrew. No, you go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I was going to say, Troy, something you said earlier about all of this happening against the backdrop of the pandemic. I think that we're really lucky that this is happening during the backdrop of the pandemic, because what else do we have to pay attention to? There's a lot of things, we all have our lives going on, but there's so many people that are spending a lot more time on this and focusing on this as a result of not having soccer practice, not having like all these different things that vacations, concerts, whatever it may be, that typically consume our lives. Timing is everything. And this, this situation, as far as being able to pay attention and really focus our efforts, I think the timing couldn't be better. So, was 2020 a waste? Because before this whole thing happened, a few weeks ago, everybody's like freaking out about the pandemic and what are we getting accomplished this year? Well, we slowed down enough to be able to pay attention to this.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's kind of a happy accident, that we were all able to tune in and really, we can, to the extent that we're willing, read and learn.
Well, we're not protesting the haircut. We're protesting something that actually.
Well, it highlights that contradiction directly.
Yeah.
But, Amari, what were you gonna say, man?
Matters that will make
humanity. Yeah, I was just going to say something to what you were saying regarding the police. We still have to commend the police for those guys who was using the protest as an opportunity to really go out there and loot and destroy our communities too, because they really stepped up. They really stepped up and try and prevent all of that thing from happening. And what I'm saying to that is that I believe there needs to also be a system to find a way to remind the police that they are really servants of the community, instead of the mindset of they being the boss of the community. Because there's a different attitude there's a different attitude when you think you're the boss of a community from you're a servant in a community. That is why when you look at firefighters, they're more servants of a community. That's why you realize their approach is so much. This firefighters' approach in a community is so much different from an approach of a police. That's why even if somebody is in the army, when they come into a community, it's a completely different approach, because they come in with a servanthood kind of heart. that I'm really here to serve a community and to be a servant to the people. Yeah. But police officers, I believe, has grown to a place where they see themselves as the boss. You know, I am the boss. I am the one that controls and keep order in this place. So the community must listen to what I say, when I say it, and how I must say, how I say it, and how it must be done at all times. And I believe it's because the police officers has not got the opportunity, or some of the same money that they're trying to take away from the police, use those monies to keep the police active in the community. Nothing is wrong if you have a leg of the police officers where they go with the community to paint and to help build a community basketball court, or help to paint a community basketball court. You understand? Police of soldiers, people in the army, in the navy, and even firefighters do those things. You understand what I'm saying? Get a leg of the police officers in the police fraternity or whatever to do community active work. You understand what I'm saying? Go and do something in the community, help to whitewash somewhere, or be more active in the community, so that they can be reminded consistently that they are servants in the community, not the boss. You're not just there to give out tickets and to deal with bad guys and to deal with someone when somebody try and rob somebody, but you are really a servant in the community. And I believe that is one of the most important factors that I believe police officers has lost their servanthood. They have lost their servanthood, and they now walk around like the bosses. Even a simple thing as stopping someone to give them a ticket, their whole demeanor is just wrong. Just to give you a ticket, you know, their demeanor, okay, I'm the boss. Get out your car, show me this. Their whole demeanor, and I believe it's just because they have lost their whole sense of servanthood, and they've taken on a whole new demeanor that they should not have taken on in the first place. That is not what they learned in the academy. That is not what they were taught how to function. They were taught that they were there to serve a community. But the moment they come out and realize the kind of power and influence that they have, they now put themselves as bosses over the community and not servants in a community.
It comes back to the whole immunity thing, and it's not just immunity, it's the seizure laws. Because
you're right.
With the whole drug enforcement, they can seize what they want, they get to keep the money from it. They have taken money from people that was their hard-earned cash that had nothing to do with drugs,
right,
and claimed that it wasn't. And we need to strike down that immunity. We need to change the idea of seizing people's property without any burden of proof, because they didn't have to have a burden of proof. They only had to have suspicion. And that goes against the idea that all men and women are presumed innocent until found guilty. With the drug enforcement laws, they only need to assume the possibility that there were drugs involved. They don't have to prove it. And even when a civilian manages to prove that there were no drugs involved, then they still have to fight to get their money back that the government stole from them, that some local police department or some other form of policing took from them. That's absolutely wrong. I mean, I don't know if you know this or not, but our own Orange Cheeto in Chief tried to take an old lady's home to create a parking lot for one of his casinos under eminent domain law. Eminent domain law was not designed for people to utilize for making profit. Eminent domain law was supposed to be there in case the government needed a piece of land or property to help protect the rest of the citizens. But that got altered along the way. Literally, our own Cheeto in Chief tried to kick a little old lady out. Thank God she won. I was so happy for her. Little old lady beat that Orange Cheeto. And I when I heard that, I was so grateful, because it was like, what a son of a, you know what I mean?
Yes,
and maybe her mother was a nice lady, I don't know, but I gotta kind of wonder about her when she raised a kid like that, you know. I know. But yeah, I really do think if we can strike down the immunity law, it'll do even far more good, because part of the reason the police are not protecting and serving like they once did is because they are very, very aware that they can do what they want. And this isn't to say that they're all bad. I had family in law enforcement. None of my family, as far as I know, were ever accused of abuse of power. I have friends who are currently in law enforcement, an ex-boyfriend that was in law enforcement. As far as I know, none of them ever got accused of abuse of power. I don't believe that all of the law is bad. That's why I had a dual mindset on defunding the police, because I was afraid by defunding, what we were doing was we were becoming just as bad, and we were presuming that all cops were guilty of doing bad things, and I don't think they are. I still know several cops in my neighborhood who, when they ride by, it's a wave. But just for instance, you were talking about, how cops approach people. I stopped driving car back in 2001. I have a driver's license, but I ride a moped. I had a highway sheriff pull me over and tell me that I was doing 42 in a 35 on a 49cc engine. Okay, that puppy doesn't go above 39 on its best day. And there were two cars behind. So he
wow.
didn't really. Then he proceeded to lie to me and tell me that my ID was expired, when in fact my ID would not expire until the next night at midnight, which is, I had just moved, so it hadn't made it to my new house. My plan was to go to DMV in the morning, say, hey, where's my ID? Do I have to apply all over again? And I did. I ended up having to apply all over again. But this officer lied to me about me. And that may be as close as I ever come to understanding how it feels for a black person to be beat up for absolutely no reason. Because this man, and it was funny too, because I know damn well what he thought. He thought he found himself an alcoholic, because everybody calls mopeds liquor sickles. So he's like, oh, I've got me an easy one here, right? But what he got was a woman going, here's my ID, here's my insurance. What's the problem, sir? And I think that threw him off. And when he took my license back to his car, I know darn well he was looking to see if I had any DUI charges. The sad, disappointed look on his face when he walked back up to me to hand me back my ID and my insurance card was very evident, because he found absolutely no citations on my record. The guy was gunning to find somebody for whatever reason. He was being a bully. He wasn't protecting and serving anyone, because I couldn't possibly have sped. And my ID was not expired. And if officers allowed to, and that's the other thing. Somebody said, well, Michelle, it would have been your word against his. I said, well, actually, no. Because if he'd given me a ticket or done anything that day, all I had to do was have a photocopy of the ID showing it wasn't expired, and he lied from the get-go. And then all I had to do after that was go, here's the manual for my bike that's 49cc. It's listed as a 50, but it's 49cc. It's not capable of doing 42. It is not physically capable. I could have beaten it, but the point is I shouldn't have had to try. And these situations are 10 times worse for somebody who's African American. If I'd been black, do you think I would have even had the opportunity to even stand up to him like I did? Probably not. But he had a little old white lady who was like, you ain't doing that to me. But if a black person had done the same thing, they probably would have been on the ground. And this should not be seen.
I think it's an interesting point, because also quotas, how many arrests these guys have to make and tickets they have to give out to reach a certain quota. I don't know how, what number they have to keep their job per month, per year, weekly, or whatever it is. But I know it's a thing, and it's a running joke. Everybody, I got pulled over at the end of the month because, they got to make their quota. It sounds ridiculous to me, actually. The more I think about it, like, yeah, we're getting ticketed basically because they have to keep the system going, Like,
so when they really look at it, they're really not there to serve the people. They're really there to serve the system.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is really what they're there for.
Mass
that system that's supposed to serve the people.
Yeah.
If they need money to stop giving the rich white guys a pass and get the money out of their pockets.
Yep.
Because you got plenty old white men getting away with all kinds of crap they shouldn't be getting away with, and they got tons of money in the bank. There's plenty there for the city's coffers.
Oh, they keep coughing it up
with the lease. Sort of like it was in Michigan, where that young man got killed in the middle of the street. One of the things they found out about the police department was that they were literally fining people for anything. The wrong curtains in the front window, grass being an inch.
What are they, HOA?
I mean, it was ridiculous. You know, it was like, and it became so obvious to the investigators. You know, but again, as long as the Cheeto in chief can't fire all the people who are there supposed to keep checks and balances, maybe we can get some checks and balances in place. Yes, I will forever call him the Cheeto in chief.
I'm gonna
Michelle.
Nobody believed me when he was running for the prime.
Michelle, I bet. Do you have a shirt? Do you have a shirt written that, Michelle?
Cheeto in chief.
Pardon?
Michelle, do you have a shirt written Cheeto in chief?
I'm gonna make her one.
No, but darn it, I shouldn't I?
You know who would be buying it? You know who would be buying it? MAGA. MAGA would be buying that shirt. They will co-opt that in a second.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, here's the funny part. If they co-opt that, they're gonna be a lot of us on the other side of the fence going.
Do they care? Yeah, look, at this point,
realize it's an insult.
No.
You know, I'm sorry, I don't mean to say that. I have some people who are on the other side of the fence who are very smart people.
And that's what I was hoping
like
for. You know, like this is good that we're able to bounce our agreeing opinions off of each other. I want to do this again where we have some people on the other side, you know, and I want to reach out. And I was wishing secretly that somebody would pop in, you know, that's a Trump supporter, but nobody did because it's a hornet's nest here. And that's exactly, you know, I'll jump in the hornet's nest any day. And almost anybody on Facebook knows that. I'm hoping the same for somebody the next time we do this, because I really want to get this perspective from the other side and have authentic conversation about it, rather than us being all these keyboard warriors. And we can all come up with a smart ass response and we can find the link and we can quote and everything. But when we're talking face to face, this is where the real discussion begins and the real change happens. And so thank you guys. I'm going to start wrapping it up. And anybody that has some final thoughts.
Thanks for doing this, Troy. This is great. Thank you.
Yeah, let's do it again.
And yeah, thank you, Marjorie. I love what you're doing. I think it's amazing. So thank you. Keep it up. Andrew, it was so refreshing to get your perspective. And you are lucky you've got a bright woman there, so you take care of her. And Troy, thank you for facilitating all of this amazing conversation, all of these ideas. I think it's really brilliant that you did this. I may pick your brain on how to do this, because I'd like to do something similar with my nonprofit organization.
I'll tell you right now, and anybody else that wants to do this kind of idea, this platform is called StreamYard. It's a third-party streamer, and it will go to Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, LinkedIn. You can have up to 6 people at a time. There's another one called Livestream that will have up to 8. It's Zoom will do it too, but you can't see the comments for Zoom. I encourage anybody to do this.
Yeah.
And keep it open, because this is a great way to discuss without having just bickering comments. So that was really the motivation behind it. And it started with a beer pong tournament. I was doing this with beer pong with my friends, and suddenly I was like, well, that was pretty purposeless, but this sounds like a cool idea. And around the flag, you know, the story behind the flag for me was that I saw it emblazoned on some Chevy Z71 that was lifted 5 feet off the ground. And I saw that flag and I was like, damn it, I probably disagree with this person's politics. And I was pretty turned off by the flag. And that night I told my girlfriend Blair, I'm like, look, this, I'm pretty pissed off because I think our flag's been hijacked. So I started sending messages out to people like, yo, we got to reclaim this flag. And I got, you know, lukewarm responses and absolutely zero response from my black friends. And that gave me the sense that it is hard to embrace that sense of American pride when it's come at such great cost. So that's where this came about, and I encourage anyone to get on this platform and try it out. And I'm going to do it again, you know, whenever we can organize it.
Is this rewatchable? I shared this on my Facebook page. Is this like stored and rewatchable? I mean,
yeah, it's going to be
4 hours and 20 minutes so far.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. If anybody cares to watch the whole entire thing, then they can. It's on YouTube. It'll live on my Facebook forever.
Cool.
And yeah, that's up to Facebook to store it. So thanks.
Yes, Margie, keep up the great work. Keep up what you're doing, Michelle. Us be a beacon of light. And Troy, you know you're my man. You know you're my boy, right?
Yeah, man. Thank you. I love you, man. Thank you for everything.
Love you, man. Love you
We got
guys.
more work to do, you and I. We got some things we got to take care of.
Got lots of work. Now we see we got lots of work to do, bro.
Creative and from an activism point of view.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Love you all, man. Love you guys.
Hey, it's all love. And that's where it all needs to come from. It's all love. And if it's not coming from that place, then it's not going to do us any good.
It's the greatest, man. It's the greatest.
All right.
Yes, guys, new shirts coming out, Troy. So check it. Look out. We have these new shirts coming out.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
See ya.
I'll let you know. Okay, bye, guys. Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Good night.
And this is my closing reel. Anybody enjoy?
In a typical style.
You know it. You know my music video style.
Yeah.
All right.
Right, bro. Take it easy.
Everybody have a good night.